Boys and girls, boys and girls, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. If you are in Australia, I think you are closing in on the end of the day, because you guys live in the future. But let's get this on, shall we? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How we doing? Now, elephant in the room. I'm not in the alpha. Elephant in the room. Let's address it nice and quickly. I'm an official beta male. I do not have alpha access, but that will not stop me from talking about it. No, freedom of speech in Azeroth and all of that business. Some sunlight barely. Doesn't Australia live next to the sun? Surely sunlight is a 23-hour-a-day situation. Or it is in the north of Finland soon, actually. It's getting to that time of the year where the sun just doesn't go away. I think I prefer the sun never going away than it never coming up in the winter. That's tough. That's a challenge. But right, boys and girls, there is a lot to talk about today. One thing, kind of the most frustrating thing that could have possibly ever happened, is that they drop a bunch of profession changes on the first week of the alpha. So I suspect there is going to be some digging, some info hunting, some data mining, some researching we will do today. There's even been some, I spotted this earlier, there's even been, whilst it's not an official blog post per se, I did stumble across a Kaivax post. Yes, a Kaivax post. So we've got this to have a little bit of a look at in a minute, but I want to get a few basic bits and pieces done out of the way first. You got it? Yes. If you're referring to beta, alpha, sorry, I didn't. I really need to put. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. Boom. There we go. Let's get the disclaimer out there nice and early, but it will not stop me from talking about it. It's absolutely fine. Right, let's grab some of these expired and get these relisted. Wow, where's all my auctions gone? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I never expected to get it. I know how the system works. And I didn't play the system properly. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I've made a few.
Let's make sweet.
I've made a few adjustments, should we say? I've pulled a few strings, and we'll see what happens for next week. Oh, bear with the gifts. Thank you very much. That's a fantastic way to start the morning. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Let's
Welcome to the No Alpha Club.
Profit together.
Yes. If you happen to be the receiver of a giftaroo from Bear, make sure you say your thank yous. Appreciate that, Bear. Appreciate that a lot. Have you got your collector's edition, by the way? I saw you were poking around, thinking about it, looking at it.
Are you just glad to see me?
I've chosen not to buy the collector's edition because, well, I haven't got any of the previous collector's edition. In that regard, I'm not really much of a collector, so it's fine. Right. Let's get some dailies done on... Some daily whelp care stuff done, because if we're not in the alpha, we absolutely most definitely 100% should make sure that we're keeping up with our retail stuff.
Let's make sweet profit.
The statue looks nice, but it's a bit hard to motivate with the price and the shipping. Yeah, it was quite steep. It's quite steep, isn't it? It's quite steep. It's quite steep, that's for sure. Whoa! Hang on, that's worth a screenshot. That is. That's outrageous. Boom. That's outrageous. 100 stream streak. First triple digit. That's very... Sorry, that's probably just blinded everybody. That's very impressive. Very impressive. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good morning to you. Let's hope in line with that there isn't any more snow in Finland like they claim there might be. If it snows again tomorrow, I'm going to cry, but I will remember that and that will make me happy. Thank you very much for that. That's worth a screenshot for sure. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Damn you, random Sunday stream.
Let's make
Did my Sunday
profit
stream
together.
break it for... Oh, I'm really sorry. I definitely didn't mean that for it to be the case. Cheerful Prophet, thank you very much for the prime as well. Good morning to you. Welcome in. Stream thing keeps bugging out on me. Very sad. Yeah, it seems to be weird. Sometimes even if you do... Like, I don't know what the crack is with it, but... It's a cool achievement all the same. Thank you very much. Right, let's get some whelpling stuff done quickly out of the way, because that's one thing that's holding us back. What are the storm situations at the moment? Anaran Plains air. What should we actually need? Firestorms in Thaldraszus is all I need. Earth storm in Thaldraszus. Oh, we were so close. We were so close. It needs to be there, but it needs to be red. Damn. Okay.
This is the seat of their
Let's get this basic stuff done nice and quick first thing this morning, and then we can talk about all the news. I don't like to dive into the news straight away because the first hour or so of the stream is when people sort of filter through. Did I even do a Discord ping this morning? I'm such a terrible content creator. I don't even think I did Discord ping. I didn't even do a flipping Discord ping this morning. Hang on. On the one day I really should be doing a Discord ping. I flipping tweeted it and forgot to do a Discord ping. What an absolute moron. What an absolute donkey. Please hold. Please hold. Earth is orange, so half red? I suppose technically. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Right, let's get this on the go then. Some of the it took them a long time to get alpha invites out yesterday though, by the way. I was lurking for most of the evening in Mr. GM's stream waiting for it to go live, because the theory goes if anybody's going to know when it goes live, it's going to be him, right? He's with his data mining and with all his clever clogs business to try and track this sort of stuff. And for some reason, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, but it took them ages to get it actually launched yesterday. But they did. First wave of invites went out. People got there. Bunch of people got in. Bunch of people did not get in. To be expected. Did they delete the War Within speculation thread from the TSM Discord? I was reading it all night, now it's disappeared, or am I just blind? I had a little flick through it earlier. I don't think they removed it. War Within speculation? It's there, retail discussion. It's definitely still there. Yeah, €99 delivery on the collector's edition is a touch ridiculous. Just want to throw that out there. However, if you got more money than sense and are buying collector's editions, you're probably not too worried anyway. Why was that vendor highlighted all of a sudden? Don't know. Right, give me some bronze flies. Find me some flies. I need me some flies. Yeah, 191 for express delivery. If I'm paying €191, if like 191 euros for delivery, I could get in my car and drive to wherever you make the damn thing for less. It makes no sense, right? You have game music and your own music at the same time, by the way. Do I have game music on? Oh, I wasn't meant to have game music on. Sorry. The music plays a touch louder in my ears than what you hear it, which might be why I didn't even notice. There we go, here's last fly. If you value your time lower than that, for sure. True. Right. So yeah, the first wave of alpha invites went out yesterday evening. Pretty late in the evening for me. About 9 p.m, 9, 10, about 10 p.m. I think it went live for like those in Team EU. Well, Team GB, I suppose, more accurately. But it was nearly midnight by the time that anybody was actually in and doing anything significant. So I was like, well, you know what? Probably the smartest move here is to probably just get an early night and wake up this morning, and we can just go for as much as we need to today. While I don't have direct access to it, that's not going to stop us, let's be real. We can still figure out most stuff that we need to figure out. It'll all be readily available via Wowhead or via something. We can figure stuff out. Plus, anybody in chat, did anybody hit the RNG jackpot? Did anybody get their invites? A few of you, I suspect, probably got your invites. I have it. Sorry. I knew you would. I knew you would. You're in the circle. You're in the circle. You played the game. Like I said, I know what the game is. I just didn't play it very well. It's entirely my own fault. I need to be a little bit more bullish with asking for things.
Sweet profit together.
Thank you very much for the Prime, Judgist. I appreciate that this morning. Welcome in. Good morning. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of no Parinos, but they do it in waves, right? There's often partnered creators and like community figures per se are usually first in queue for the first wave of alpha stuff. Then they roll it out to sort of other people who are sort of, should we say, on lists, friends and family of the people a little bit. And then if you opt in on the beta pages, they just, randomly pick X amount of people and send invites out to those as well. So there's multiple ways. You might not get in straight away, but they're staggering it anyway. You don't have access to the whole alpha from what I can tell anyway. You have the first zone. You have the professions. This is the kind of the only thing that's really making me sort of like, I really wish I had got in, because all of the profession stuff is up and implemented. Well, as we'll find out, not all of it, but like a good percentage of the profession stuff's there, which is a touch of a shame. I can't see it firsthand, but secondhand will be good enough. We'll figure it all out. We'll figure it out. You're getting beta twice though, so there is that. Well, yeah, accidentally, I've pre-ordered the War Within twice now. Once because I accidentally applied it to the wrong account. I could have quite simply, I could have, made a ticket and fixed it and whatever, but it doesn't actually make that much difference. I accidentally applied the War Within pre-order to my auction house account rather than my main playing account. I would have probably ended up with it on both anyway, so typically easier with low level pets. Ensure you have a Nua on your pet team before beginning the battle. Okay. Iggy's apparently going to probably solo this anyway. Business expense, I guess. Not even business expense. Paid for with gold. So it's a non-issue. It would have been more of a frustration if I'd have swiped my credit card to buy it, but then it would have just been a business expense. First time I managed to buy the Epic Edition with gold. Good effort. Good effort. It's often a target for people. A handful of people have already been poking me to see if there's like any, well, for a couple of reasons. One, people are now starting to think about actually pre-ordering. I wonder just how much this works for Blizzard, right? I wonder how much actually launching things like alpha and all the content that goes around it and all the buzz that is created. I wonder how much that does actually drive pre-orders. My suspicion is it was probably a very good day for Blizzard yesterday from the pre-order front. But yeah, there's clearly already a few people who are kind of getting to that phase of the expansion where they're like, okay, Season 4 looks okay, but maybe it's not, you know, without a new tier of raid, maybe I need something else to keep me busy. And people are already kind of starting to think about, right, well, how do I make the gold I need to pre-order this new expansion? How do I make the gold I need to be able to afford that outrageously expensive bank tab in the new expansion? Because the weird thing, right, even though this is one of the psychological effects of this sort of stuff that often gets unnoticed and unspoke about, is that the 5th tab costing 2.5 million gold in your new war bank is entirely unnecessary for practically everybody. But you bet your ass it'll be one of those things that is kind of like, oh, well, this dude in the guild has got it. My friend has got it. All the streamers I see have got it. It's kind of that kind of, how would you describe it? Like the keeping up with the Joneses theorem, right? It's kind of like you don't particularly need it yourself, but you kind of want it just because everybody else has got it, sort of thing. And so this is why sometimes even the most ridiculous gold sinks work, just by proxy of the fact that everybody ends up, or a good amount of people have them, and a good amount of people have them, and yeah, well, that's it. That makes you want it as well. And if you don't buy it, you'll be reminded of it every time you open the bank. If they do something gross, like putting a pop-up, you know, reminder, you still have one bank tab to purchase. So, you know, something like that. They easily could. Need to farm some gold now to open up those slots. We'll figure out some stuff. My plan, obviously, is while it is alpha season, to predominantly focus on that sort of stuff. But in that interim period between when the alpha disappears and the beta comes back up, that's when we can start dipping back into retail. Season 4 will be live during that point. We will also probably, good chance that Mr. Pandaria thingy turns up at the same time. We can be doing some more retail stuff, and some of that stuff we can focus on is, like, you know, a hot list of things to do to generate some gold before the new expansion. You may have Alpha, but I have Russell. Hold him hostage. Stop trying to multitask and putting my foot in things. Gonna go back to lurking and working. I always like the fact that there's that phrase to put like put your foot in your mouth. I'm like, I can't get my foot anywhere near my mouth. Like, I don't know if it's severe inflexibility, but there is no chance my foot's going anywhere near my mouth in any situation. They are opposite ends of my body, I think, for a reason.
And others around the world think you can capture the majesty, friend.
Where's this egg then? Where be this egg? I'm about as agile as a fridge and can still do it? Really? Okay. Maybe it's just me then. Maybe it's just me. My knees and hips are, like, kind of busted anyway. That's probably why. Too many reckless activities as a youth. I'm announcing that in the War Within, I'm holding the next Otto Mount hostage until I get Midnight Alpha. Alright, it will come. As long as you've opted in, it will come. Unless I start trying to run a multi-server empire, I'm not too concerned about the last tab. I'm already, before we dive too deep in into some of the information, I'm already beginning to suspect that alt armies will be the lucrative way to go. I think alt armies' time is coming. I think their time is coming. There's some sneaky suspicions that alt armies are going to have their day. I mean, they're already doing pretty well as it stands at the moment, but I think they're going to be doing exceptionally well.
Valdrakken welcomes all.
And you might get left behind if you end up not having too many characters in a weird way. But we will see. Especially with how quick it's going to be to level. It's already turbo speed and they're making it faster. There was a post that went out yesterday by Wowhead showcasing the new EXP curve. Now they do this at the end of every expansion. But what most people who report on this seem to forget is it's because they've added 10 more levels, right? They've added what is theoretically meant to be probably 10 hours of extra leveling on top of what we already have now. So as that stands, it would normally, if you add another 10 hours worth of effort by getting 10 more levels, assuming, you know, a level every hour, that practically doubles the leveling time. And so it's of no surprise that they reduce the XP required by like 50%, because what they're trying to do is make sure that the time to level from 0 to hero is the same from one expansion to another. And so of course they have to squish the XP for the other levels. So it won't strictly necessarily be that much faster. Is it these things? No. Who are we trying to pew-pew here? Snowpine snuffers for the fine pointed quill. I can't see any snuffers. Come to me, snuffers. Snuffers? Would that not be the plural for somebody who snuffs? It's an odd name for something. Another 3 mounts in the collection, another 80k bronze saved. Damn, you're smashing out these mounts all of a sudden. Good effort. Aha, here you are. It's kind of sus how lucky I am with these mounts. I think there's a lot of the mounts have had. I don't think it's just going to be you. There was a. Was it the end of Shadowlands? They upped the drop chance of an awful lot of mounts, and it wouldn't surprise me too much if there's that kind of that sort of first kill of the day bonus drop chance styly system in place on a lot of the old stuff as well now, which is sort of swaying the drop chance for a lot of things. Cannot confirm nor deny, but like it sounds like something that they would probably do. There's a huge amount of people that, like, you know, would have they've still got it in their brain that like the Shah of Anger mount is like a 0.000 negative 1% chance of getting something, and so they just haven't bothered for years. Whereas if they actually just went and killed it 2 or 3 times, they might actually just get it.
pleasure span must be shared with my fans and others around the world. Think you can capture the Majesty, friend?
Got the Charm out first try after they boosted the drop chance. Yeah, they've definitely made some sort of sneaky changes, and there's a strong chance a lot of them are completely undocumented. They don't necessarily feel the need to tell everybody about all that sort of stuff all the time, which is fine. They upped them when the Evokers got the 100% mounts because of loot issues. Was that a thing? Was it? Were Evokers busted at some point? Collect Awakened Frost. Why do I need an Awakened Frost? Why do I need Awakened Frost all of a sudden? Do I not have any in my bags? Awakened Earth and Fire. Okay. Back to Valdrakken quickly. Give me the Flight Master, because I canna be arsed with travelling there manually. There was nothing else on the loot table for the Evokers, so they just got mounts. Oh, is that what it was? Oh dear. Yeah, that's a slight oversight. Oops. Oops. This song has a great mashup with the This Is America music video. Okay. I have not seen. I have not seen. Right. I'm thinking here, boys and girls, it might be time to start having a little bit of a look at stuff. It might be time to have a little bit of a look at stuff. I'll passively do this in the background. But one thing I wanted to look at, for the most part, is this profession update. Something called concentration is coming. Concentration is coming. I'm even going to turn the tunes off for this. Focus mode now. Double level focus mode. Let's have a little bit of a look at this. Let's see if I can get my... I've literally not read this. I've had a little bit of a flick through the Discord. There was some people talking about it in the Discord earlier. There was some people talking about it in the WoW Economy Discord. But I suspect this has got something to do with inspiration and how it didn't really work. So we are concentrating on concentration. Yes, we are announcing announcements. That's what we're doing here. So let's have a little bit of a look. Greeting members of the Artisans Consortium, that would be me. As we reveal much of the content coming in The War Within, we'd like to discuss a new system with cooking up for professions. Definitely pun intended. We added inspiration in Dragonflight to try and capture the fantasy of critical hits whilst crafting. If you weren't quite capped out on your gear and specializations for a given craft, or you weren't using max quality reagents to guarantee that max quality item, inspiration was a way for you to get that lucky crit. It could save you some money by using lower quality reagents, and you could craft a better item than you would have otherwise. That was the hope, at least. Yeah, this. I wonder how true this is going to end up being to what I always suspected was the case. But it ended up, understandably, becoming a situation where crafters take this luck-based system and then tell their customers that they would just recraft an item an indeterminate amount of times and then charge a specific price per recraft until their inspiration struck. Who would have guessed gamers would have done gamer things, right? Who would have figured? So we're making changes because there is a lack of decision making and agency for the crafter. Ooh, I don't think there's a lack of decision making. The maths gets pretty ridiculous when you dive into it deep, but sure. There's a lack of clarity for customers who just want items made. Yes, 100% true. It is based heavily on RNG, which was never the goal of the profession revamp. Okay, so in the War Within, we're removing inspiration. See you later, inspiration. In its place, we have a new ability for crafters to utilize concentration. Okay, well, this is the change I was hoping for. This is definitely 100% the change I was hoping for. My list of changes were very simple. Fix inspiration because it's busted. Give crafters some way of telling other people what it is they can craft and how much they want to craft it for. So that was my big two. The rest of it, fine. Spec trees, fine. Knowledge points, fine. I can deal with all of that. The two things that were very busted were inspiration and so maybe they're addressing at least the first one of these. Let's have a look then. So concentration is a resource. You will have a separate pool of concentration for each crafting profession. It represents your ability to heavily focus on your recipes and exceed your normal capabilities. You choose when you want to concentrate using a button in the crafting window, empowering your next craft. Doing so will cause the craft to automatically reach the next level of quality, no questions asked. Okay. Okay. Do I read the whole thing and then give some thoughts? Yeah, I'll read the whole thing and then we'll give some thoughts. Because I reckon my questions might get answered if I just keep reading. However, such heavy focus can take a toll, costing you some of your profession's concentration resource. The cost is determined by how far away from crafting that next quality tier and is modified by a few variables such as the profession specializations, the finishing reagents, and whether you're crafting consumables, reagents, or an actual piece of equipment. For example, if you're incredibly close to being able to craft a max quality sword, you won't need to concentrate too hard to finish that project. However, if you're just barely able to craft that same sword at quality 3, you will likely have to devote most of your concentration to be able to craft one at quality 4. Okay. For those who want to focus on ingenious breakthroughs when concentrating, we also have a new stat to support your endeavors. Ingenuity, which gives you a chance to refund the concentration spent on a craft. The more ingenuity you have, the higher your chance to get that full refund. Outside of these ingenuity-fueled refunds, concentration will automatically regenerate over time when you aren't sitting at its cap. Oh my god, I have so many questions and concerns already. Okay, our goal is to provide crafters with a more deterministic way to accomplish the original objectives and intent behind inspiration. You can use it to shore up a lack of skill, gear, or max quality reagents while still making high quality crafts. Maybe you just want to save some money by using lower quality reagents in a craft you can otherwise guarantee at maximum quality. Either way, we want to give crafters more agency over their crafting, provide more room for decision making in the profession ecosystem, and provide a resource that you can use without having to give your customers a full statistical breakdown. Please note that much of this system is currently being implemented and will be available for testing in future builds of the War Within Alpha. Oh! Spicy me the ball. Okay. They've been lurking. This falls very much in line with what I said was the problem with inspiration. Inspiration was the core problem to a lot of the issues with the crafting system in Dragonflight. Number one, it could stack too high, meaning that you basically no longer considered it a bonus, but you considered every time it didn't proc a failure. Kind of a poor sort of design in that regard. The problem with inspiration in Dragonflight, secondly, was that it allowed people to circumvent the system that was put in place to limit people from continuously crafting hundreds of items, also known as Artisan's Metal. Artisan's Metal was designed so that you get some Artisan's Metal each week, and the concept was always that you would spend that Artisan's Metal to make that top quality thing. But inspiration came along and was like, hold my beer. We got this. You keep your Artisan's Metal. We got this. Just recraft it 3 times instead. And people were like, hang on, that's cheaper and an unlimited resource. Inspiration also was problematic from the perspective that in the first patch of the expansion, if you did not spec into inspiration, you were categorically doing it wrong. Any points put in multicraft, any points put in resourcefulness, any points put in practically anything else other than inspiration was just mathematically doing it wrong. And there was no way realistically for you to find that out other than to have tested it, which gave some people a big advantage. So inspiration definitely needed to change, and this is good. They've taken that random proc chance feel, that luck, as it's often referred to in other games, and they've converted that into a resource bar. Now, what do we historically know about things that present themselves as resource bars, things that present themselves as cooldowns? What do we historically know that Blizzard is not very good at? This is fantastic, as long as it works. The fact that there seems to be, they've quoted here, haven't they, that concentration will automatically regenerate over time. There is no doubt in my mind that this won't work in a similar fashion to how your transmute cooldowns work today. You will have 10 concentration points or something behind the scenes in a database, because everything's stored in a database, right? Whether it's a bar that slowly fills, it's a numerical value, and the bar just fills however much of the percentage is, right? Let's say you've got 10 concentration points, and you gain 1 concentration point every 16.8 hours. E.g., meaning you can have 10 concentration points a week, 168 hours in a week. That's the same sort of theory behind the transmute cooldowns, for example. That's probably what it's going to be, and they will assign a value to each craft in some way, shape, or form to how much concentration it is going to take from you to guarantee that next quality. The interesting phrase they used here, doing so will cause the craft to automatically reach the next level of quality, no questions asked. That also means there's a very mathematical way to best use this as well. Warband wide concentration fixes this, and they should make this change fast. I kind of agree with that. Mostly because there's already one very, very easy gamer way of getting around this system. It's called lots of alts. Now, the lots of alts thing might be a hindrance for 11.0, but by 11.1 it won't be a hindrance at all. By 11.2 people will have 50 characters. If that's the way round the system. Having a warband-wide concentration per profession seems like a smart move, if I'm honest. Seems very much like a smart move. If this concentration is based upon your warband as a resource rather than an individual character, going to be interesting calculations if it's worth to use those lower quality reagents in some cases. There's a simple rule you should always use with gold making. If you can buy something, you should. Is usually the mathematical correct way of doing things. If you can buy something, you should. This is a limited commodity. Everybody has the exact same amount. Meaning you should probably try and use as little concentration as humanly possible. The one thing you want to min-max is the amount of max quality crafts you can make with your concentration. So this will still mean that in regards to materials, for example, you will still want to use the best quality materials you can possibly get your hands on, unless the crafting cost pushes it to a point where it doesn't become profitable. It's hard to talk about this so generally because your approach is going to be different. If you're crafting potions, your approach is going to be different to if you're creating a two-handed sword, for example. But the overarching concept here is you want to min-max your use of concentration. And if using higher, more expensive materials allows you to make more things with your concentration, that's probably almost always going to be the right choice. But it's cool that there will be that choice, I suppose. Some people might want to... Okay, one question this definitely leads me to is work orders. This is easy to manage for yourself. This is really easy to manage for yourself because you can make all of these decisions. You can make the decision, do I use finishing reagents? You can make the decision, what quality of materials do I use? You can make the decision, do I use my concentration on this craft? It becomes significantly harder in relation to orders. If anything, how are people going to sell themselves? This is the question I would ask very quickly. How are people going to sell themselves? Let's assume that trade chat is still the way to go. Let's assume trade chat is going to be the way to go still. How are people going to sell themselves? They're going to be like, okay, crafting quality 4 X price, concentration quality 5 X price. I guess if it is literally a no questions asked thing, you can then in theory charge a premium for using your concentration. That I suspect is how it will work. If you are a smart crafter, I suspect that's the way that you would go with something. Quality 4 X, quality 5, concentration craft. Quality 4 X price, quality 5 Y price. To get the quality 5, you're going to have to use your concentration. You're only going to be able to do so many of those per week based upon all of these variables that you then have to control. It does then mean that if you're doing a concentration craft, you might still need to specify what the buyer puts forward in terms of materials. I wonder if this... I've also got questions about this. Where was it? It was concentration, and there was also, what did they say it was? Ingenuity. The more ingenuity you have. So inspiration is directly being swapped out for ingenuity, but this concentration resource is going to be a separate resource on top. So Ingenuity is entirely 100% personal to the crafter. The buyer is never ever going to care about your Ingenuity level, are they? That's probably the good aspect of this, right? Today, people scream and shout about what their inspiration level is. 45%, blacksmith, crafting, X, Y, and Z, 45% inspiration or some BS. And they use it as like, okay, I've got the best inspiration, I'm going to proc your rank 5 the fastest kind of thing. Ingenuity, the buyer of the piece of gear does not give two dicks whether you've got high Ingenuity or not. So I guess this does simplify it from the perspective of somebody buying a piece of gear, that hopefully crafters will just be able to say, rank 4, this price, rank 5, this price. And once that crafter gets to the point where they've made enough rank 5s and have ran out of concentration, then the likelihood is that they can just then sell rank 4s. They won't be able to sell rank 5s. I suspect this is also going to need them to rebalance a lot of the skill thresholds for the crafts. Let's say it's a top end piece of gear. Right now, today, there are many scenarios where you still cannot make a rank 5 without an inspiration proc. Do we think that they will make it for end game gear that you can never guarantee a rank 5 on any of them? So that the only way you can ever make rank 5 gear is by use of concentration. I suspect that's the way that they'll go. That's probably the way they'll balance it. They'll balance the spec points, they'll balance the skill that you can gain so that you can never actually ever guarantee more than a quality 4 outside of using inspiration. That would be the best way to do it. I think that would mean that quality, that would almost kind of make quality, this is what we were talking about a while ago. This would make quality 4 considered the norm, and it would make that quality 5 stuff probably significantly more expensive, because any crafter that is going to use their concentration is going to categorically know they can only make X amount of quality 5 pieces of gear per week. Let's say 1 per day for the sake of maths, right? Let's say that crafters know that they can only make 1 piece of quality 5 gear a day. They are going to, without question, try and get as much of a premium for that quality 5 craft. It creates that bidding war perspective to a degree. The only issue with trying to force a bidding war in World of Warcraft is that there is always more crafters than there are people that want the gear. Let me read some chat for a minute and stop thinking. What are you guys thinking on this? There'll be a lot less rank 5 for public orders, since the crafter could be insane and just throw it at 500 gold tip when they could get more with a personal guild order. Concentration ends up being the middleman. What's the exchange rate between F's given and D's given? I don't know. I fear it will create a possible bidding war, because when a crafter might be able to craft only 1 rank 5 piece of gear, they will just sell it to the highest bidder, obviously. That theory, I don't truly believe that it actually works very well in World of Warcraft, but that theory is kind of what they wanted to do by design anyway. They wanted to make it... The original design for Artisan's Metal was exactly that. They wanted to limit your amount of Artisan's Metal, and Artisan's Metal was meant to be the thing that you would use to get that plus 30 skill points, which would be enough to guarantee you the quality 5 craft. That was the original, way back in the beginning of Dragonflight, the original concept. The way that it all came about and balanced meant that that's not how it worked, but that's probably why they're trying to change it now. I think it's a very good change overall. If concentration becomes a warband-wide resource, this becomes a fantastic change in my eyes. I think I'm also very much on board with it being a warband-wide resource. Otherwise, it's just going to mean goblins do sweaty things. It'll just mean goblins do goblin things, and goblins will just level 480 characters. Right, it really then just hands the cards to the alt army players more so, because they will every additional character you add is an extra however many. If it's warband wide, it'll just open new accounts and new names. Well, I mean, sure. I mean, you go ahead if you're going to go that far, sure. Anyone else feeling like knowledge points for crafting is just artifact power but not essential to the game, and so it's less outrageous? I do think they need to readdress the knowledge point situation. I think they need to give us knowledge points faster, but if they give us knowledge points faster, they are going to either need to gate the amount of knowledge points that we can acquire in any given season, or heavily adjust how many knowledge points needs to go into a certain thing before you get quality 5. If they just give us more knowledge points faster, the problem is that people will complete everything instantly, which is kind of a weird thing to say, because obviously that's every player's goal, to complete stuff as fast as possible. They want to level up their professions as quick as possible, but for the actual for the pacing of the system. The system they gave us in 10.0 was really good for 10.0. But by the time 10.1 turned up, there was already players that had completed it. It was entirely possible by 10.1 to have maxed out your knowledge trees. It took a fair amount of effort, mind, but people had done it. I can't remember the exact timescales on it, but it was definitely such that people had practically completed it by 10.1, and then it felt that there was just no way for anybody else to bother even trying to compete with those players. So isn't simply removing inspiration, increasing metal gains, and allowing the buyer to provide the metal for the craft a better fix? Removing inspiration completely, increasing metal gains, and allowing the buyer to provide metal for the craft a better fix. I would definitely say it is a simpler one. It is a simpler one, but let me tell you a little secret. That would sound far too much like admitting defeat on something, which is something Blizzard will never, ever, 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 ever do. That while I suspect you're probably not wrong, that just getting rid of inspiration and allowing people to use metal in the intended purpose, is not a terrible idea. But there is a reason, and there was a reason, and a good reason why inspiration existed in the first place. That reason being is that they wanted inspiration, they wanted to give you that illusion of when you're crafting something, it's slightly different every time, and you might just, sometimes you just make something and it's just that little bit better, that master craft, that fantastic piece of artwork sort of thing. That's kind of the concept of it. And so they clearly wanted to keep that sort of concept, but do it in a way that's just less broken. And that's what concentration appears to be. it's going to play out very differently. It's going to play out very differently if you're an alchemist than if you're a blacksmith. The usage of this needs to be very carefully controlled. I think I'm quite strongly favouring concentration being a warband resource rather than a player resource. I think that promotes the best solution for the most amount of people. I think. For the overall sort of good of the game, should we say, I think having concentration being a warband resource rather than a player resource is a good way to go. It's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky from the sort of the lore perspective to have concentration being a warbound resource, because of course it is entirely possible for you to have a blacksmith that has journeyed down the path of becoming the best weapon crafter ever, and you have another alt that just also thematically loves blacksmithing and wants to be the best armor crafter. There's a strong argument to say that they should both have their own independent levels of concentration, as whilst they have the same profession, they have gone down different paths with it. But all that does is open the system up to a very clear, very obvious way of gamifying it, which is just have lots of characters, I think. Some of my guildies are upset that there's been little to no catch-up, but I'm more upset that they made the system where catch-up is even necessary. I don't know how they could fix that without yet another profession overhaul. I've already come up with what I think is a perfect solution to it, and it's quite simple. Each season, you put a cap on the amount of knowledge points that can be obtained, and you increase that cap as the seasons go. Let's assume we have 4 seasons. Let's assume a profession can have a maximum of 400 knowledge points. You cap the knowledge points acquisition at 100 per season. 100 first season, 200 by the second season, 300 by the third, 400 by the fourth. It in essence means that people who care about it can power to the finish line as fast as they possibly can and take advantage for it for as long as possible during that season. But they are not getting so far ahead that it becomes an insurmountable thing for players who maybe only start on season 2 to catch up to them. And in season 2, you could quite easily just double the rate of knowledge acquisition, right? So that those first 100 knowledge points are gained at twice the pace. Kind of what they did with the rep gains with Renown. You hit Renown 10 and then all of a sudden you get, 100% bonus to your rep on your alts. They could do the same thing, but for knowledge points on your on characters that are playing catch up. They could still then have it so that by the end of the expansion, everybody can have fully capped professions. I can't see much of an issue with that particularly, as long as they make it so that however many knowledge points you can acquire in one season is still enough to facilitate the needs of what players are going to want in that season. So, it would require you to very carefully, if you want to be the best two-handed swords crafter, you might need to dedicate 80, 90, maybe even the full 100 points in that specific path to be the best two-handed weapon crafter, for example. And then next season, your next 100 points on top of that could just be going into a different path, but you've got the foundation there. So maybe instead of just being the best two-handed crafter in season 1, by the time season 2 rolls round, you could then do one-handed swords, two-handed swords, and shoulders. You could add an extra couple of things to your repertoire of crafts. There's very straightforward ways that I think that they could make the pacing of the system. There was no real outcry for anything like that at the launch of Dragonflight because we absolutely didn't know what was coming. You know, we could only see 10.0 back then. We assumed that in 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, they might add on to the system. Hindsight now leaves us to understand that they weren't going to change anything. So the better solution, I think, for the War Within is to stage it, seasonalize it a little bit, plan out for the entire expansion. Otherwise, it will just be the same again. It will be a one patch, bang, done. The rest of the expansion, it's just kind of a bit weird again. Everything in Professions is easily abused by alts. There's no way around it without some serious changes. Well, the big change could be, now that we are warbands are becoming a thing, that you could have a lot of your knowledge point acquisition theoretically could also be warband wide. I don't particularly think that feels very good. I think you should still be able to have multiple professions on multiple characters if you wish. But something like concentration, something that is clearly by design meant to limit the amount of things that you as one single player can craft, so that it gives opportunity for many other players to also have a go, That's kind of the theory here, right? They don't want cartel, mafia style mega goblins that just craft everything for everybody at 1% margins and fuck everybody else. They want to make it so that, okay, if you spend some time leveling your profession, every week or every day you can craft one top quality max rank 5 piece of gear for somebody. They want to make it so that you can comfortably actually still do that. They don't want to make it so that you feel as if your effort there was pointless because there's one dude over there that's crafting elemental lariats for the entire server all day long for 50 gold a piece. Basically nuking the whole thing for everybody else. They don't want one sweat lord to impact the efforts of everybody else that's working on a system that actually, as we found out, takes quite a lot of time and effort to progress with it. This is the biggest problem, I think, or one of the big problems with Dragonflight Professions. Huge amount of effort for often very little reward. Which might mean that going into the next expansion, a lot of people just don't bother because they're like, fuck that, did that in Dragonflight, dog shit, mate. I'll let the goblins do it this time. Had to leave to do some adult things for like an hour, missed most of the conversation. Could you please make a TLDR version on YouTube later about this? Was waiting for you to cover this for hours and I missed it. Yes, I absolutely will. If you're watching it on YouTube, by the way, you can just rewind on YouTube. We stream both on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you can't do this on Twitch, unfortunately, because, well, Twitch rules, but you can just load up the YouTube stream and rewind. If you want to play catch up. That's a point. Where's my view account's gone? Can't see them now anyway. I thought it was hilarious. Blizz knows their player base, and I still thought uncapped knowledge points wasn't going to get out if they made it terrible to do. The Twitch VOD is recorded and can be viewed as the stream is going. Sometimes it kind of does it in like 30-minute, hour chunks, I've noticed. If I've been live for like an hour, there might only be like 20 minutes of the VOD available. But shut up, guys. It's a good way to cross-promote the YouTube channel. Jesus. Right. Okay. I think that's quite cool. Honest answer. I think that's quite cool. It's definitely already one of the things I hoped. I hoped that they were going to address the inspiration problem. Now, it does leave me... If I'm going to get deep with initial thoughts, it needs the rest of the profession system to also work in line. It requires the rest of the profession system to also play fair for this to actually work properly. I think it needs them to make it so that you can never... Now, this might be a hot take. I really hope this isn't a hot take. Thank you for the 2 months, Chris, by the way. Thank you. I hope this isn't a hot take, but they really are going to need to make it so that you can never guarantee quality 5 without the use of concentration. At least for as long as they want the system to be relevant. So, is it time for some paint? So, we're going to do some paint business here. How do you get paint in dark mode by default, by the way? Can you do an inverted colors paint mode thing, or do I just have to make the whole flipping thing? I swear there's a paint dark mode. Dark mode, beautiful. But the canvas is still white. How do I get a default canvas to be a different color? Image properties? No. How does flipping Thor do it? How does he make his flipping paint always default at being a cool color? Or does he just fill it black first to begin with? He probably just fills it black and then paints in white, doesn't he? Right. Paint time. Chalkboard mode. Yeah, exactly. Definitely need a chalkboard mode. But only on real biscuit items I'll flip out if haste runes can't be rank 3 guaranteed. Just hated that. This is why it's difficult to talk about this, because there is some nuance depending on what you're crafting. The approach that needs to be taken is probably different to if you're crafting a health potion than if you're crafting, best in slot 2-handed weapon, There does need to be some slight nuance there. But I think what they need to do... why is it not painting in white? What? Hello? Right. I think what they need to do is they need to split the expansion up. Right, Blizzard, you can have this for free, right? This is how you need to deal with your professions going into the war within. So we need... Hang on, we can do some fancy stuff, right? Let's do... let's do it a little bit like this. So you're going to have 11.0, 11.1, 11.2, and let's assume there's an 11.3 to begin with, right? In fact, to be honest, I don't know how this... How do we make the pencil fat? Give me fat boy pencil, actually. Give me fat boy pencil. Oh god, I'm terrible at paint. That'll have to do for now. Right. So you probably want 100 knowledge points, 100 KPs max, 100 knowledge points max can be acquired. You do your first... You can probably get a lot of these from first-time crafts. You can probably get a lot of these from leveling up the profession in the first place. Whatever the case may be, you should probably have only access to, let's say, this is rough numbers, ballpark numbers here, 100 knowledge points max in 10.1. This will require people to carefully decide where they want to put stuff, right? Let's also put the caveat on this. Respec. respec needs to be an option. You should, because of the limitation, you can't fill your complete tree, but you should be able to respec it. You should be able to respec it. Respecking should probably incur some cost, whether they choose to use gold for that, whether they choose to use artisan's metal for that, whatever they choose to use, you should be able to respec. This will mean that single individual characters, if it is not too cost prohibitive and they make mistakes, they can undo said mistakes. But knowing that you can only get 100 knowledge points in the patch means you will probably only be able to get one sort of path, right? You'll be able to specialize in one thing. And if, you want to change it, you can change it. In 10.1, you do plus 100 knowledge points again. So 200 max. These numbers are obviously kind of hypothetical because I know that the number of knowledge points needed for different professions does differ. But 200 max with plus rate for first 100. That's a catch-up system, right? Make it so that people can get those knowledge points that little bit faster if they're joining later in the expansion. But then you end up with a max of 200 knowledge points by the end of 10.2, meaning you've probably put some points into your core skills and specialized somewhere in 10.0. In 10.1, you will have your core skills already covered. You'll have specialized in one thing, but you'll likely be able to add 2 more things to your repertoire of crafts, let's say. So you'll be able to then craft 3 different things, but of course you're still going to be this entire time limited by concentration. This is your concentration bar, right? Your concentration bar right? Your concentration bar will still be the limiting factor to how many of the max quality crafts you can ever do. But the pacing of your leveling of the professions should be as such. This will naturally make it so that there's not this weird, gross, horrible thing where some people right here, right now, are looking at their professions and going, there is not physically time between now and the new expansion for me to even conceivably finish these professions. Not physically possible because the goalposts are too far away, which has been really horrible. Your concentration bar will limit the max quality crafts you can make throughout this entire process. What that in essence does is provides players with a little bit more fairness across the board. This will also translate to gold, right? This will ensure that the pricing of that top quality rank 5 gear is almost always worth the effort going for. How do we think this would integrate with work orders, for example? Well, people should be able to specify, okay, here's a big thing, specify quality on public orders can now be a thing. Okay, let's look at that in detail. We're going to wombo this with some notepad action. Wombo combo this with some notepad action. How about this? Who has ever thought that we're going to get paint and notepad out at the same time? It's a wonderful day. It is a wonderful day. Right. Let's put some concentration. Should be warband. Should be a warband resource. Should be a warband resource. Not player resource. And more importantly, it's got to not be exploitable. They need to make sure categorically that the fucking thing works, right? Because this is by design the thing. Concentration now is going to be the thing that holds the entire system together. If they balls up concentration, or concentration ends up being something that is exploitable in terms of you're able to reset your concentration faster than somebody else, the whole shit falls apart, right? The ship sinks. You're done goofed again. They absolutely need to make sure that it definitely isn't broken. Would it be easier to make it so that you can only have one spectre per patch? No, because there is flavor between the different spectres deliberately. And more often than not, it's actually the right move to put some points in this tree and then some points in this tree. Good suggestion, but I can quite quickly say a no to that one. You're right, it would be easier, but it wouldn't be better. Have you ever thought about getting a tablet? I have, and I haven't. I have thought, and I haven't done, yeah. So concentration needs to be warband resource, not a player resource. For the love of God, it needs to actually work. Never guarantee Q5 without concentration. Once again, showcasing just how this system will tie in, right? You should, in theory, regardless of whatever you do with your spec trees, only ever to be able to guarantee best materials, finishing reagents, max professions, best tools. All of that should never be able to allow you to make anything better than a quality 4 piece of gear. If you stack all of those and choose to use concentration on top of that, boom, hey presto, there's your quality 5. That's how quality 5 pieces of gear will exist. What does this actually lead to, though? Creates a world where Q4 is more acceptable. Min-max is still Q5, but will be more expensive / rare early season at least, right? There'll be that sort of okay, crafters in the guild, let's get our tank his Q5 crafts because we don't want our tank to die. Let's get the tank his Q5 crafts this week. You can get your Q5 crafts next week, sort of thing. You can get your Q4s this week, we'll upgrade them next week, sort of thing. Allow for sort of like a progression sort of thing, right? In terms of item level on this sort of stuff, I don't want to dive into it too deep there. This is sort of whiteboard style at the moment. Q5 should then be on par. Having Q5 on par with raiding Mythic Plus gear makes sense. What you've always got to be careful is you don't want to make crafted gear better. You also don't want to make the more acceptable one worse. So I should also state that the difference between Q4 and Q5 should be minimal. Requires small difference between Q4 and 5. In terms of crafting the gear, they could even, now it's probably This is alpha, right? We can assume that there's room for movement in alpha. They could make it so that Q4 is on par with Mythic Plus raiding gear, like to make it so that the Q4 stuff is more acceptable. Your Q5 gear, for example, this is all very focused on crafting gear specifically. There's a slight different system you would use for like materials and reagents and that sort of stuff, but a small difference between Q4 and Q5. You could even make it so that the item level is the same, the base stats are the same, but Q5 has like tertiary stats on it, right? A bit of leech, a bit of plus speed or something like that, so that it's not a huge significant difference. Normalizing Q4 as being the more acceptable, it's perfectly viable piece of crafted gear. But if you want to pay that little bit extra for the crafter to make you something that's got a little bit of more flavor to it, you can do so. Would be, I think, a fair way of doing it and a smart way of doing it. Q5s have tertiaries, but the same item level, maybe. There's room for movement there for sure. There's room for movement again. If there's a new lariat-like item, let's just say it's an amulet, you will never see a Q5 ring because nobody in their right mind would spend their concentration not on a lariat. Well, that's assuming you have the lariat recipe, right? That's the thing. If there is a lariat-style system again, you've also got to assume that there is that have versus have-not approach, right? You will probably quite happily find people using their concentration on Q5 rings for people until they are lucky enough to get the lariat recipe. So maybe an appearance difference between a Q4 and Q5 to help offset them without even the stat gap. It depends, how much of a thing you want it to be, but same item level plus speed leech. Something that's kind of a nice to have, but not like the end of the world, right? A nice to have, but not like the biggest bonus ever. I think works kind of quite nicely. You can't make Q5 because you don't have enough concentration. Look for a new crafter and they might never come back again. Well, one thing this game's always taught me is that there is always another crafter out there. There is never, ever actually a shortage of crafters. By the fact that every player has 2 profession slots, right? The main thing is that you're more looking for the right crafter at the right time. High quality mats may become a lot more important with there being no inspiration for the intermediates, etc. It's a very good point. My statement was more from you as from the crafter's perspective. Well, okay. There's also the concept, right? I have a little bit more of I plant my feet with this theory a lot more than other people do. But I don't want to waste my time crafting for dickheads. Like honestly, I don't want to craft for people that will waste my time. If you like, I know what I've done to put myself in the position to be able to just press the button, If you don't want to make it worth my time, then I'll go back to doing whatever the hell I was doing and you can carry on looking for your piece of gear. For the same concept, I know there's another crafter out there and you can waste their time. You can happily waste their time for 200 gold. I'm not interested in having my time wasted for 200 gold. Sort of thing, I'm a little bit more flippant with it than other people are, maybe. Especially, let's also remember this system now does look to be putting more of the power back in the hands of the crafters. One thing we haven't mentioned at all with any of this so far, NPC work orders are becoming a thing. So one of the big key reasons why there's been so much competition for crafting gear is because people are desperate to just press the button, right? Crafters need your sparks. Crafters are there saying, I need your sparks because I want to press this button because I want the 3 skill points, or I want the first time craft bonus, or, you know, I'll do shit for free. You can waste my time all you like and you can get a free piece of gear out of it because I just need to press this button because I want to make this bar go up. And there was a huge amount of that for a long, long time. NPC work orders are going to mean that the crafters don't necessarily need the customers in the same way anymore, as we will, as crafters, still be able to level up our professions. We won't be gate kept by finding somebody that actually wants that piece of gear, because worst comes to the worst, we can just fill an NPC order, and an NPC isn't going to waste your time. This kind of puts a little bit more of the ownership on the crafter to be able to say, well, if you're only going to pay me 100 gold and you're going to piss me off like in the process, I don't need to waste my time with you. If you want me to do something for you, I will happily do it, but you've got to make it worth my time. Crafters won't necessarily need to feel like charities, and they won't need to be so thirsty for the business that they will literally bend over and drop their trousers just to press that button, you know? One thing I do want to point out at this point, hidden skill value. Hidden skill value. I mean, let's not forget that hidden skill value is entirely a community-driven thing, right? Blizzard has never, ever once even admitted that it's a thing, right? We know it's a thing. We know it's there. We have figured out exactly how it works, but there is zero reference to hidden skill value in the game whatsoever. There is probably huge amounts of crafters that have got absolutely no idea it even exists. It just needs to go away. It just needs to go away. I don't see there being any reason for it to exist. If you are implementing a concentration system, which is at the forefront of the crafter's experience, crafters are going to be very much made aware of this concentration system. They're going to know that it is the tool that they can use to get something better. There is absolutely no need for this hidden 1 to 5% skill rubbish. Mostly because it alone has caused probably more confusion than almost anything else in the crafting professions, I think. It just needs to go away. Just get rid of it. We don't need this random 1 to 5 bonus skill per craft, because you've front-loaded a better system to emphasize that if you want to make something at higher, this is how you do it. You don't need this kind of magical, mysterious, hidden bonus roll in the background. In a way, it's kind of weird because hidden skill value kind of was just like a baby inspiration proc as well, which was, I don't think it was really needed. Hidden skill value was would have been perfectly acceptable to sort of create this like variance scenario, but in combination with the racials, it just broke shit. Maybe it just wasn't balanced correctly, but it just broke stuff. So the hidden skill value, get rid of it. The 1 to 5% skill bonus roll. Like I said, is the thing that huge amounts of people didn't even know existed. Instead of going away, they should take away the racial crafting bonus, just like they did with racial bonuses. Get rid. They don't serve a purpose. They don't serve a purpose anymore. The racial bonuses are an old system that don't serve a purpose anymore. Way back in the day, when you needed 50 skill points to learn a new recipe, or you needed 185 skill points to learn a recipe, your racial bonus meant that you could learn that recipe 5 levels earlier, 10 levels earlier. Doesn't fit with this current system. It just doesn't fit. Get rid of it. More importantly, like I said, in combination with hidden skill value, it just causes even more complexity. I'd just get rid of it. I really would. Get rid of the racial bonuses. Let's not forget, they nerfed them for Dragonflight in the first place. They knew that they were going to be too impactful, and so they nerfed them. If they're getting rid of diplomacy, if they're getting rid of the human racial, just get rid of the racial profession bonuses as well. Or do them, or have them do something that is not skill based. Have them do something else if they need to stick around. An increase to crafting speed by a couple of percent probably wouldn't be too painful. But the easy solution is just get rid of them. It's kind of like it's the last clause of the old profession system. This is not only the new profession system now, this is the iterated upon new profession system. So it's really time to let go of the old shit that really doesn't matter, I suppose. Just the profession ones, obviously. We're talking gold makey stuff. Yeah, just the profession ones. Get rid or switch to crafting speed, ingenuity. Is that what this new thing was called? Was it called ingenuity? It sounds like the right word. Ingenuity. Crafting speed, ingenuity, resourcefulness. Bonuses instead, rather than just straight. So maybe reworking them is an option, or alternatively get rid of them. Get rid of them as plus skill, because they don't work as plus skill. They cause more problems than they fix with having them as plus skill. That said, if they go this route, if they make it so that you can never guarantee top quality stuff without using concentration, then actually these have even less necessity to be a thing anyway, right? If they're trying to make it so that you can't guarantee quality 5 without using your concentration, then a racial bonus is never going to give you any feasible bonus, because they should balance around it never being able to. The worst case scenario would be is that the racial bonuses would then actually be yet even more impactful. If a racial bonus could give you the advantage of actually being able to guarantee quality 5, then it would all of a sudden be a mandatory thing. the problem only gets bigger if they go this route and they really if they dig down on concentration. The problem of racials might actually only get even worse. So AS plus skill bonuses, they should either just get rid of them or switch them over to like slightly less impactful racials. People buying race changes isn't us problem, not a Blizzard problem. But you forget there's still lots of class race combos that don't exist. There was a lot of classes that could not switch to Blood Elf for their enchanters. There's a lot of people that couldn't go Night Fae for their... Was it Night Fae? Nightborn for their scribes, for example. There was a lot of class race combos that don't exist, and so people couldn't even buy a race change even if they wanted to. Do you think there's any professions that will, for lack of a better word, suffer more with this new system? Do you think something like alchemy with potions and flasks or non-gear scribe crafts benefit as much as things like blacksmithing, leather, working with concentration? If it's woven into the system well, I don't think there'll be any. I think it will only add to the professions generally, but that's on the that's on the assumption that they do weave it in properly. Yeah, I do think they need to like weave it in properly to get it to work. This is now something, hopefully, that Dragonflight was the first swing at this, and it set the foundation very well. I really do hope that this is the start of them saying, right, now we've figured out how players use this, now we can make these changes and actually sort of like smooth off all of the rough edges of the profession system and make it work synergistically, make it work together, make it so that there are not some just like outrageously broken builds or class race combos or single characters that can dominate entire markets because they just stack inspiration instead of using Artisan's Metal. I'm hoping that this is their second swing at it, will be the nicely refined version. But now's the time to sort of like scream and shout about this a lot. Now's the time to get the feedback in because it's early enough that they can implement changes. And make professions great again, yeah. So yeah, this is kind of what my initial thoughts are on this. I like the concentration. I do think it should be a warband resource rather than a player resource. Reasons being is otherwise it just lends it into the hands of players who are willing to level tens, if not hundreds of characters. Would be nice if this entire stream lands on Blizzard's desk. I find it both amusing and comforting that my thoughts around the profession system appear to have been almost entirely 100% spot on. In terms of the fact that I could I was able to highlight the reason why a lot of the profession system didn't feel right. And it's quite comforting to know that Blizzard clearly also seems to, if nothing else, have come to the same conclusion or shares the same opinion. That inspiration was the foundation to why everything felt a bit weird. Now, this could end up with some... So how does this affect work orders? Let's look at this from the perspective of work orders. I should probably make this a bit smaller because my head's in the way, isn't it? How does this affect work orders? I think this is going to... One thing they should do... let players Choose quality on public orders. What does that mean, though? Possible, but not guaranteed. Possible bidding war on Q5 early season. It might create a bit of a bidding war on quality 5 bits of gear. Those public orders will go in. If public orders go in for quality 5 bits of gear, crafters might see those. Crafters might know that the only way they can fill that is by using their concentration, which is, as we've learned, going to be a limited commodity. That might mean that people are not 100% instantly going to accept every public order they ever see. We already know there's a limit on how many public orders. You can only do 1 public order per day anyway, as it stands. A bit of a bidding war on Q5 early season might be a thing. It would probably also mean orders for Q4 will also exist. As there will be some people that will clearly see that placing an order for a Q5 might be both expensive, it might also be slow. You might not get your piece of gear instantly if there's not a crafter that's got or is willing to use their concentration on the craft for the amount that you have offered, per se. Meaning that some people might go, you know what, I've got raid in like 15 minutes. I want this piece of gear now. I'll get my quality 4 now and I'll upgrade it next week. Obviously, a lot of this falls into the realms of hypothetical because, like I said earlier, there is almost always more crafters than there are people that want the gear. There's usually a queue of crafters waiting for the order to come in, and then they jump on it. But, you know, people might be more... Crafters might now feel as if they have choice because of NPC orders. Not on small realms. Yeah, the whole realm situation is still going to be a touch weird. It depends on how impactful this whole warband system goes. Let's not forget, there is entirely 100% the possibility that if they get this right, that work orders could be region-wide. Let's not forget that that could most definitely be a possibility. If they get this right, it's entirely feasible for them to open up work orders to be region-wide. There's probably not much that's stopping them doing it. They need to do something about the no material, no tip scam orders. If it plays out as expected, they will almost disappear anyway by proxy of the fact that they'll never get filled. Nobody in their right mind is going to fill them anymore. The only reason they exist is because they unfortunately work. The reason the no material, no tip orders exist is because people utilize them. First time craft bonus is often one of the reasons why somebody will make it for somebody else at their own expense. But let's not forget, NPC work orders are going to be a thing. Crafters are not going to be 100% at the mercy of work orders anymore. If you can get your first time craft bonuses, if you can use your work orders with an NPC, you don't necessarily need to fill dum-dum level orders for free for somebody else just to press the button, you know? Sounds like Profession World Quests with another name. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. When was the last time Blizzard got something 100% right? Well, this is why you give feedback during an alpha phase. This is the time to give your feedback. Let them know. Let them know. Let players choose quality on public orders. Might lead to a bit of a bidding war in early season. Orders for Q4 will also happen if players want items fast. Of course, let's not forget a Q4 item can always be upgraded. Work orders. Region-wide. Region-wide, I think, becomes a good option. I think region-wide becomes an option. Warbands are already pushing, warbands are already pushing us so far in that direction anyway. I don't see why at this point work orders need to be locked to a single realm. I don't see why they would need to be. The only argument for not doing region-wide is the illusion of specialization, right? It is that they kind of still... The concept is that, you are a blacksmith who has specialized in this, and you make a name for yourself on your realm, per se, as the guy that can make these. But I kind of think that Blizzard holding on to that analogy, have they really not learned by now that it doesn't work that way? It was a good, it's a good, it was a good approach to maybe have, but the reality is I don't think that's so much the case. Opening up to region wide would mean that public orders would flow in significantly more. It would be crystal clear to the crafters what it was that people wanted, and that would allow them to choose how they spend their knowledge points and how they spec into. It would also present people with the opportunity to choose which orders to use their concentration on. It's difficult to theorize this, because we did exactly the same in Dragonflight, and one of the pitfalls a lot of people fell into when thinking about this is that there was this illusion that there would just be a list of orders and you would cherry pick the best ones, which is actually 100% backwards to how the game actually plays out, right? Somebody places an order and there's just a horde of crafters waiting to fill that order. By definition, every single individual player might necessarily only want a piece of crafted gear made once every week or 2 weeks. So the theory that there would be just this big list of orders outstanding and you would go in and cherry pick the ones that made you loads of gold was a fool's hope, I think. Region-wide for public, server-specific for personal. That works, doesn't it? Means you still get to know the crafters on your server, but everybody is still benefiting from the region-wide orders. I think I like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. It still holds on to that illusion of I think that I think I kind of like that theory. Yes, but then again, public orders need to be non-specified quality. But you got to remember, you're hoping that all of these changes are implemented, right? Let me clarify. The only reason I think that choosing quality on public orders works, the only reason I think that that will work is if you make both quality 4 and quality 5 acceptable to players. One of the biggest reasons why quality on public orders was something that Blizzard was so adamant they were not going to give people was because they 100% understood that players would only ever put in public orders for Q5. Why would you ever want anything other than the best quality if given the option to? And that didn't work with how they made the profession system for Dragonflight, right? It fundamentally didn't work because half the player base would never be able to guarantee quality 5 in the first place, and it was a problem that snowballed. If they are making adjustments, if they are making refinements, if they are making it so that quality 4 is never guaranteed unless you're using concentration, it would make it so that if they also then make it so that quality 4 is deemed more accessible and acceptable for players to have and to buy and to order, you can then start to say, right, well, okay, on your public orders, you can specify quality. People will specify quality 5, but there might be the good chance that they might have to wait for a crafter to come and use their concentration to craft that, which limits down the amount of potential crafters. Secondly, if it's a high demand item, let's say there's a lariat solution again all of a sudden, if there's a lariat solution, there might be a lot of people that want that, but only a handful of people that have the recipe, and yet even more restricted to how many of those people who have the recipe also have the concentration left to be able to do it. And thirdly, how many of those crafters that even have the recipe and have the concentration are then willing to actually do it for the amount that you've bid for it. So it might mean that quality 5 public orders, for example, would be quite slow to be fulfilled. There might be a bit of a bidding war on them because there's lots of things that need to happen for somebody to go, you know what, yeah, cool, I'll fill that order. Meaning that there would then probably be a lot of quality 4 orders as well. Maybe somebody that doesn't want to pay that premium, they want that item nice and quickly, which kind of was the concept of the public orders anyway. Public orders were kind of designed as something that you just throw it up there, it gets filled pretty quickly, but there's the caveat of that you might not necessarily know what you get back. It would probably also be worth saying at this point that recrafts, public recrafts, should also be a thing. They were teasing, and they actually wanted to do public recrafts in Dragonflight, but for whatever reason, they didn't get around to doing it. Recrafts were only ever personal. I think public recrafts need to become a thing as well, as that will only go further to showcase that, well, actually getting a quality 4 is fine. If you've got raid in 20 minutes, right, and you want to get your crafted gear made, and you can't find a dude in trade chat quite so easily, if you want your piece of gear quickly, you put in a public order for a Q4, it's likely to get made almost instantly for you, especially if public orders are made region-wide. Secondly, you are then comfortable in knowing that you can always, once you've finished your raid, you can throw that out for a recraft, and you'll wake up the next day and it'll be recrafted at quality 5 for you. This is the thing that's really important. They kind of need all of these little subtle changes to all merge together and all work together. And if they can make that happen, the system runs smoothly. As soon as one of the cogs is misaligned, it all just jams up, and you know, we get a Dragonflight solution again, you know, where it was a little bit just not polished. That works for the first 3 months. After that, people will have 10 alts already filling orders for 1 gold, or did I get it wrong? Well, the counteract to that is I hope that they make this concentration a warband resource rather than a player resource. If it becomes a warband resource, let's say your blacksmithing concentration bar, doesn't matter which blacksmith you're on, doesn't matter which character you're on, they all share the same concentration bar for blacksmithing. Thematically, it's not perfect, but it does naturally counter that, oh, well, I'll just make 10 blacksmiths then. Admittedly, if they don't go that route, then yes, people will just make lots of alts. But of course, making lots of alts also does come with a lot of time investment and effort. So there is also somewhat of an argument to say that, you know, those plays should also be rewarded. So it's kind of 50-50 there, right? But I also think that they need to be more careful with how knowledge points are distributed. If they, in conjunction, make it so that on a per patch level, there's a cap to how many knowledge points you can get in that season, which increases as the seasons go on. I'm quite sure Blizzard knows exactly how many seasons are coming in the new expansion. I'm quite sure they could they could easily put like a 150 knowledge point cap per season, meaning that people can't zoom too far ahead, if you know what I mean. For the love of God, please skip the song. Yeah, you're right, actually. I've just heard it myself. I can't have flipping Spice Girls ringing in my ears. So I assume they're keeping the Dragonflight crafting system for the War Within. Yes. Yes, they are. Yes. It's predominantly staying, but we're already starting to see some iteration on it, which I think is really good. You know, we were kind of hoping this iteration would turn up in 10.1, worst case scenario 10.2, but clearly they knew that if they were going to make iteration to it, it would need to be at the beginning of an expansion when it sort of, you know, gets a full refresh. Because, as I've hopefully tried to get across, if you make one subtle change over here, it has knock-on effects to everything else. You often need to make a subtle change over here alongside a subtle change over here, so then everything works smoothly together. And sometimes to make those subtle changes in a few different locations, you kind of need the luxury of a complete wipe for it to be a thing, right? Is it called concentration, by the way? I see a problem with that. It is. It is. There's a new resource called concentration, or at least that's the tag it's been given so far. Could we recharge concentration with coffee? Like, no joke. You have inspiration is being replaced with ingenuity. Ingenuity is going to give you the chance upon using your concentration for it to be refunded. So crafters will be able to choose, just like they can choose to spec into multi-craft, resourcefulness, ingenuity will be something they can choose to spec in. If you spec into more ingenuity, you'll get more bang for your buck from your concentration, in theory. Is the theory anyway. Yes, Bear. Yes. Volpira's placing their camps. All that. Okay, yeah. Okay. Is there... I think I've mostly thrown my 2 cents into the ring with this. I like the sound of this. I think its integration is going to need to be subtly different for for each profession. I do wonder how... They said here somewhere, right? heavy focus can take a toll, costing you some of your profession's concentration resource. The cost is determined by how far away you are from crafting that next quality tier, and it's modified by a few variables, such as your spec trees, such as your finishing reagents, and whether you're crafting consumables, reagents, or actual equipment. So it seems like there's going to be quite a lot of different rules which affect your concentration usage per se. Ingenuity, new racial for humans then, mark my words, 5% more. We'll see. I think they're clearly already aware that there's a significant difference between one craft of somebody's best in slot, top of the line BOE. There's a significant difference between that and mass producing intermediate reagents to either sell on the auction house or to go into other crafts, right? In terms of how you utilize your concentration. I'm trying to think, if I was a game developer, how I would implement this sort of system and how I would make it regenerate, and more importantly, how I would make it be consumed. I would theoretically make it need to be a percentage. Would individual crafts be allocated a different percentage of concentration usage, and then you could have it banded by how far away you are from naturally producing that in the first place? I'm not sure how they'd actually physically implement this. Let's say you are... let's say it takes 100 skill points. Let's say it takes 100 skill points to guarantee a quality 5 craft. Theoretically again here. Let's say it takes 100 points. Can't type today. 100 points to get 100 skill points to get a 5. You have 50 points, referring to the fact that you are also 50 points short. I mean, you could do it so that every point of skill you are missing can be filled with a point of concentration. That also works. Kind of think it would be rather simple. If you're missing 100 skill points, you just spend 100 concentration. Consume 50 concentration to craft. How does Ingenuity integrate itself here then? Do we think Ingenuity is practically going to work the same as a luck roll that we would have seen in many other games, right? I hope they keep this Ingenuity small, because otherwise they put themselves in the same pissing position that we've been in Dragonflight, right? Ingenuity needs to be a small number. I think Ingenuity, because it's a polarizing thing, right? Ingenuity procs or it doesn't proc. It's a yes or no situation with Ingenuity. If Ingenuity procs, you get your concentration back. If it doesn't proc, you spend your concentration. I think it needs to be black and white. For those who want to focus on ingenuity breakthroughs when concentrating, we also have a new stat to support your endeavours. This is ingenuity, which gives you a chance to refund the concentration spent on craft. The more ingenuity you have, the higher your chance to get that full refund. That's what worries me. That's the part of the sentence that worries me, that there might be both full and partial refunds to this. Outside of these ingenuity-fueled refunds, concentration will automatically regenerate over time. I'm hoping it's black and white. It procs, or it doesn't. I think you could then have ingenuity be a full refund is too much. A refund, a max of 60%. From the wording, I'd say it's either hero or zero. Well, that's kind of how I would want it to be, I think. I think you would want it to either proc or not. But you've also got to be kind of, because you've got to consider that they need to make this ingenuity a stat that works for all situations, right? You need to make it so that the ingenuity works whether you are crafting armor or you're crafting 1,000 potions. It needs to be a low number, though. It needs to be a low number, but it needs to be a number that still makes it attractive to people to go after, spec tree-wise. What does base levels of things like multicraft caps out at like 14, doesn't it? Because that's in essence what ingenuity is. Ingenuity is very much like multi-craft. When you break it down, ingenuity is very much like multi-craft, because if you choose to make a craft 5, if you choose to use your concentration to make a top quality piece of gear and it procs, it's basically like you got that Q5 for free. It's like you procced a bonus multi-craft. Or in fact, no, it's probably more like resourcefulness, isn't it? It's more like resourcefulness, just in the other direction. For bolts, I have a 22% multi-craft with the correct tool. Yeah, I really don't think ingenuity should go much higher than 20% ever. Just joined, read the notes last night. Do we know any numbers around concentration yet? Like how much you get and how much you use and how fast it recharges? No, it's not even implemented on the alpha. It's just the first indication that something will be implemented. On the alpha, when you look at professions, by the way, you can still see inspiration all over the place. This shows that the alpha is still in early stages. I can't see a world where you'd ever want more than 20% ingenuity, really. Because if you could ever stack more than about 20% ingenuity, it falls into the same... It's going to fall into the same problem that inspiration had, that it's just way too high. The number one reason with inspiration was if you didn't spec into inspiration, you were just mathematically doing it wrong. Inspiration was categorically significantly more valuable to you than resourcefulness or multicraft. They need to make it so ingenuity fits somewhere along those lines. If multicraft caps out 20 or so %, but multicraft is literally giving you shit for free, Ingenuity isn't necessarily giving you stuff for free, it's just giving you the chance to make more top quality stuff. You are still going to need to cover the cost of the materials to make another one. So it's giving you, instead of where Multicraft gives you flat out something for free, Ingenuity, when it procs, is just going to give you the profit or the value attached to that usage of concentration. So I would say like maybe a flat 5%. 5% should be base. You should have probably a flat 5% base chance. So like 1 in 20 crafts is going to give you your concentration back, but a max of 25%. I don't think it should ever go much higher than that. That would hold it back. That would allow your resourcefulness and your multicraft stats to exceed it. But of course, the gain that you have from Ingenuity, I think, is on par with what resourcefulness is in terms of its like stat strength. If you have the choice to spend your knowledge points on this stat, or this stat, you kind of want to make sure that what you get from putting it in Ingenuity is about the same as what you get by putting it in Multicraft, or about the same as what you get by putting it into resourcefulness. If you are alchemists, for example, you're likely to put a lot more of your points into, I would suspect, things like Multicraft still. Whereas if you are crafting gear, you are more likely to put it into Ingenuity, because it might mean that you can craft that 1 or that 2 extra pieces of gear each week, which makes it worthwhile, I think. If my brain is mathing this out right. I'd say Ingenuity is the new stat to go, since it lets you craft more high quality items, especially for consumables where you are missing 5 to 25% skills at the most. Yeah, inspiration's a bye-bye. Inspiration's being removed. Inspiration is being replaced by this Ingenuity, and on top of that we're getting a concentration bar, a concentration resource, which is going to act similar to that of Illustrious Insight, but without you having to farm Artisan's Metal for it in the first place, is the 30-second TLDR. I think it boils down to how fast your concentration naturally recharges. If it takes the whole day to get it back, then Ingenuity is going to be worth more than if it only takes 30 minutes. That's also a very good point. That is a good point. The concentration recharge rate will determine how powerful Ingenuity is as well. That's a good point. I'm going to assume that concentration is going to work very similar in nature to how the cooldown system has worked for your transmutes, right? You baseline get enough concentration to craft some. You'll probably get enough concentration, but that's or it might just not, I don't know. Imagine this situation: you have 10 alts, you have 10 concentration points for the whole 10 warband characters. And imagine you spend all the points, but then you started crafting stuff of rank 4 on all of your alts with max Ingenuity looking for proc, refund for concentration. So the more you have alts, the faster you will get refunds. Wait. It's a good point that I don't get. Hang on. Let me read that again. You have 10 alts. You have 10 concentration points for the whole 10 warband characters. Imagine you spend all your points, but then you started crafting stuff of rank 4 on all of your alts with max Ingenuity looking for proc refunds for the concentration. No, you can't proc Ingenuity without using concentration. I see what you mean. Inspiration is not going to be a flat baseline thing that if it procs, it gives you concentration. It's a refund system. If you are spending concentration, Ingenuity has a chance to proc and give it you back. You have to spend it to get it back in the first place. It's not something that just generates it out of thin air. But it's a good point that it is an easy assumption to make, actually. Yeah, you have to be spending your concentration in the first place. But when you are spending your concentration, Ingenuity has a chance to give it you back. But if you haven't got it to spend in the first place, you can't get it back. Then they definitely need to make concentration warband wide. The more I think about it, the more I think this is actually quite important. As I can already see way too many ways and means of like abusing the system if it's not. If they want, like, it's clear to me they are really trying to limit one single player's impact on a market. And the important thing is it's the human player. They want to limit you as a person from being able to impact a specific market. What that means is it gives every other physical person more of a chance to have a piece of that pie. The fairity aspect of this, I suppose. They're really trying to push and promote that. They tried to do this in Dragonflight. They tried it via Artisan's Metal and Illustrious Insight. The reality is that didn't particularly work out as planned, meaning that players found a way to circumvent that and to still do what Blizzard perceivably didn't want players to do, which is to be able to just continuously all day long craft top quality shit for people. That's so very clear that was their intent, because now in the War Within, they are very clearly addressing that by saying, okay, this thing that we tried in Dragonflight, your goddamn gamers doing gamer things figured out a way around it. Now we're going to try and lock the gate a bit tighter by having a resource that, is far easier for them to control and far less easy for gamers to do gamer things with. So it would not surprise me if it's also considered a smart move to make concentration per profession a warbound resource. Because otherwise I just make 10 blacksmiths and all of a sudden I can now create, I can do the same again. Concentration is the new Artisan's Metal, which drops more over time. Ingenuity is the resourcefulness of Artisan's Metal. Yeah, that kind of fits. If you want to spend your time crafting all day, that should be fine, but they need to allow people to make the time investment to achieve that. Otherwise, it's just an alt fest. Yeah, I mean, if you want to craft all day, you should be able to go out and craft all day. But the concept realistically should be is that if you can, if you wish, craft all day, but the things that you are going to be crafting all day is going to be quality 4 stuff, right? They want to make it so that they are still limiting players from making the best gear all day. That's what they don't want people to do. There will still be, if they tune this correctly, like I said, there will still be, if they can create that world where quality 4 is still considered acceptable, crafters will still be able to churn out quality 4 all day long, if that's what they choose to do. What I mean is, let me spend 30 minutes generating concentration in order to craft more rank 5s. If it's worth my time to do it, then another way to play the game. There might be some things that you can do. They could be smart about this. They could make multiple ways for you to affect the concentration recharge rate. If they wanted to go that route, maybe they could maybe have it such that, you know, there's a, who knows, it could even be, dare I say it, material turn-ins or something. Go out, farm some materials, or buy some materials off the auction house. Oh no, does that get real icky real quick? That probably gets real icky real quick, doesn't it? I think the core concept of this concentration is probably meant to be that it's a finite, it's a limited. This was the theory with Artisan's Metal. It's limited and it's controlled to how much you have. That means that crafters know that, crafters understand that, and crafters have to make that active decision how they use it. Also, if it caps out, you're not gaining any more, which is the problem with Artisan's Metal. People could just pool it. They could just pool it. How many of you guys out there now have got 10,000 Artisan's Metal lying around on some of your characters, just by proxy of the fact you've picked up 150 of it for free every single week, and you've barely had any reason to use it? Joe Bloggs turns up, you know, little Jimmy buys himself the Dragonflight game in patch 10.2, starts leveling up professions, and he hasn't got any Artisan's Metal. Dude over here has got 20,000 of it knocking about and can bang out Q5 crafts, undercutting little Jimmy left, right, and centre. This being a recharging resource with a cap on it will mean that it limits the amount of pooling of it that you can have, only emphasising the decision on how and when to use it. So I think it's a good way of doing it. You might also have the issue that crafters are going to feel like they have to use it or lose it. Ooh. Ooh. I think that plays nicely into the swing of how a season works, right? It's going to be a very scarce resource early on in the patch when everybody wants everything and there's only so much of it going around. But towards the end of a patch, when there's significantly less people that want those bits of gear, it'll be far more likely that there'll be crafters out there that are capped on their concentration and just looking for something to use it on, meaning those players then get a deal at the end of the end of the patch. But then the very second a new patch lands and that demand for stuff kicks in again, you're back to the same scenario. I think that's fine. I think that works fine. You're not going to land in that situation where people are going to be looking for something to spend their concentration on in the first couple of weeks of a patch. There'll probably be plenty to spend it on. Faster regen might be in the talents, like how you can reduce the elusive bait cooldown from skinning. Maybe. I would be an advocate for them not messing around too much with the concentration recharge rate. There will probably be, it's a good way to sell and promote the way that it works. There probably will be a knowledge point somewhere to which increases your recharge rate on it. But I hope they don't play with it too much. I hope it's a 10 knowledge point node that takes it from, taking 24 hours for it to fully recharge to taking it down to like 18 hours to fully recharge or something. Making it so that you could either look at it from the perspective of that you could, make one or two top level pieces of gear. I think the recharge is actually going to be really slow on it. I think the reason that the way for it to actually work and to feel impactful is it's got to be slow. the recharge has to be slow. Because you've got to look at it from the perspective of how often does one single person need to buy a piece of gear, right? Very, very infrequently does a single person need to buy a single piece of gear. Once a week, once every 2 weeks, somebody might look at getting a piece of crafted gear. I think it should probably take the best part of the entire week for your concentration to regenerate. From 0 to hero, I think it should probably take 7 days for the bar to fill again. I think they should really, definitely 100% emphasize that it's an active decision on the crafter where to use it and how much of it to use. If it because if the bar fills too quickly, it still means that somebody can just fill an awful lot of orders. Let's say you can make one. You can only let's not forget that you can only fill one public order a day. You can only fill one public order a day, meaning 7 public orders a week. They probably want you to only be doing one concentration top tier craft, 1 or 2 crafts per week, honestly. I think it needs to actually be quite slow. Isn't it 4 orders a day? No, it caps at 4. It only recharges 1 per day, though. Public orders are capped at a maximum of 4. I mean, they could change that as well. Let's not forget that the concept here is that they could change stuff. But I think concentration needs to be a very slow regeneration system. They haven't mentioned anything here about how slow. You can choose when you want to concentrate using a button in the crafting window, empowering your next craft. Doing so will cause the craft to automatically reach the next level of quality, no questions asked. That's such a big bonus, they have to make it like really impactful for when you use it. However, such heavy focus can take a toll, costing you some of your profession's concentration. The cost is determined by how far away you are from crafting that next quality tier, and is modified by a few variables such as profession specializations, finishing reagents, and whether you are crafting consumables, reagents, or actual equipment. If you are incredibly close to being able to craft a max quality sword, you won't need to concentrate too hard to finish that project. However, if you are barely able to craft that same sword at quality 3, you are likely going to have to devote most of your concentration to craft it at quality 4. This also leads me to believe yet even more that this needs to recharge very slowly. This needs to recharge very slowly. Let's look at it from the perspective of it's day 1 of patch 10.0, right? The expansion launches, boom, people are off, people are flying. People are going to be miles away from you. People are going to be absolutely miles away from guaranteeing the top quality craft because they're leveling up their profession, X, Y, and Z. They're going to be miles away, and they're going to use most of their concentration to make that top tier piece of gear. Nearly all of your concentration might go in one swoop. It might all disappear in one go, crafting a top tier quality 5 piece of gear in week 1. You are then going to have to basically know that it's going to take almost an entire week for that bar to refill again before you can make another top quality piece of gear. If it resets overnight, then the very next day you can do it again. It undermines the whole purpose of it, because by the time you then get close to making the top tier pieces of gear anyway, and are using far less of your concentration every time, adding on Ingenuity to that, you will then be back in the scenario of that you'll be able to churn out quality 5s like all day long, which undermines the reason of it existing in the first place. So the recharge has to be hella slow. Mr. GM's doing professions now, if you're interested. Is he? Is he live now? Is Dan live? He probably has been for a while. Oh, he's looking at leatherworking. Yeah, it's a little bit different. You can... You can, hang on, shit, which window is it?
Yeah, I like that, but here's the thing. Oh, is that what happened? Nope. Oh, shit. Okay, so you can learn the appearance and then sell it back. Oh, wait, no. I think when you sell it back, it turns it into warband till equipped. Hang on, let's try that again.
Oh, he's testing the warband stuff, okay. So he's making
these
a BOE.
wrists, learn them. All right, let's try it. So we've learned them. It's collected down there. We'll buy it back. And now it's warband till equipped. So basically, it's
Say hi.
No, that makes sense, right? That's not a bug. That's not a bug at all. Because I can't trade this to someone. I can trade it to myself. Like, I can't give it to Lappy here. That's sick. That's so you can't resell it. Yeah, exactly. And then any future versions... Right? Any future versions of it. So if I get this one again, right? I can sell it and it stays BOE. Because it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not learning the appearance anymore.
Okay.
Nice. That's sick. What's that weapon? This is the Legion artifact.
Zan was streaming the professions yesterday. Oh, Zan in
Cool.
the...
I kinda
Zan
like
got the
that,
alpha,
actually.
did he? Nice.
That's a good solution. Top marks.
I think the profession stuff short term is going to be a bit weird to
not
play
really.
with because you know inspiration
guys,
was still showing on the
say this
bars there.
quietly.
You know,
Guys,
there's probably a lot of changes to be made.
They deleted the gear vendors from Stormwind, right? But they completely forgot to delete them from Ouroboros. So I might have some good trinkets and I might have a good back.
Okay, let's not stalk Mr. GM's stream all too much. You can, of course, by all means, feel free to go say hi to Dan.
So what's this one? 312.
We will. I'll jump into his stream later and ask some profession-related questions. But I think this this new system, I've spoke about it for way too long already today, so I think we'll move on and look at something else. But I think the concept of this is pretty good. I like the concept of this. I do think they need to be quite careful with the implementation of it. I do also think for it to work to its utmost, there needs to be some subtle other changes in other locations. I can, by all means, TLDR this in video form, send Blizzard some notes, whatever the case may be. It kind of makes me not too worried that I don't have alpha access right now anyway, because this hasn't been implemented. And I know that anything that we see with professions is going to be heavily subject to change because this hasn't been implemented. This is going to be one of the big... This is going to be the big difference to professions, this expansion, I think, which will make it feel worthwhile learning
Let's
something
make
new
sweet, sweet profit together.
Zim Pow for the 27. Thank you very much. We keep rolling indeed. Thank you, thank you. Love that. Love that. Is there any This is there's no. This isn't something that's got comments on. Is there any? It's a stickied post. I wonder if there's any chat about this. Wow. There's nobody talking about anything on the forums apparently. Okay. There is nothing going on. How have you made a... Okay, sure. Why would they have done this? Why would you have made the forums open available for the War Within alpha and then not opened it up for like anybody to actually talk about it particularly? Okay, time will tell. Clearly there's some good quality there's some good quality feedback flowing in. It's clearly not just content creators abusing it for views. Okay. I can already see the clusterfuck with hidden skill value not being removed and crafters having to tell customers to resend a craft for X amount of chance at proccing Q5. Is it popping off on Reddit though? That could be the case actually for sure. Is there a Wowhead post for this? The Wowhead's definitely done a post on this, haven't they? Let's have a little looky. Oh, TNE have done an interview with Maria. Herbalism receives a refresh. Hallowfall Farm minigame, seeds and mulch additions. We'll have a little look at that in a minute. Is there anything... Oh, here we go. Inspiration receives a rework in the War Within. Replaced with concentration mechanic. Well, they've got that wrong to begin with, haven't they? Concentration isn't really replacing inspiration. Inspiration is being replaced by ingenuity. Concentration is an additional... Okay, let's see what they've got to say. In Dragonflight, professions have received a complete overhaul, changing the system from one that was relatively one note into a more nuanced way of creating items. Secondary crafting stats such as inspiration and resourcefulness were introduced in order to better target the ability to craft specific ways. If you wanted to earn a lot of bonus materials simply by crafting other people's items, resourcefulness would allow you to do that, whilst being inspired might allow you to craft the best gear more easily. Inspiration, however, was quickly determined to be a meta crafting stat, allowing players to create top-of-the-line gear well before their profession skill would technically allow it. Okay. The secondary crafting stat was the subject of many conversations amongst players, some enjoying the ability to hit it big, whilst others lamented the added layer of RNG to craft to min-max their gear. Within the War Within, however, it seems that inspiration is getting a rework and it will be removed entirely in favour of a new system. We've data mined a new alchemy vial, Alchemy of Focused Inspiration, which indicates that inspiration will no longer exist in the manner we're used to. Drink 2, Inspiration Rework Mechanic, which is actually not concentration, that's going to be Ingenuity. Drink 2, improve your Ingenuity. Presumably. Lasts 30 minutes and through death. Consuming an identical vial will add another 30 minutes. We can already figure out what that's going to do. Sounds like an AI-generated intro. It wouldn't surprise me if half of Wowhead is AI-generated. Blizzard is releasing a crafting-specific profession update called Concentration in the War Within, detailing the new system. We've read through all of that 100 times. What's going on here? Why have they... Oh, that was the post. Wowhead didn't feel the need to say anything even remotely correct about what the hell was going on there. Good. Comments? Oh no. Comments. Oh no. Sounds better. Good start. Let me grab a drink and then we'll have some amusement at some Wowhead comments. Gotta love some Wowhead comments. 2 lines for a Wowhead post is enough for clickbait. Sure. Concentration is replacing inspiration. Ingenuity is affecting concentration, not your craft. It's poorly worded. Let's put it that way. It's poorly worded. Wowhead has far too many typos and grammatical errors for it to be AI. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you can tell it is wrote by humans by proxy of the fact that half the grammar is dog doo-doo. I'm not professing to have perfect grammar in any way, shape, or form, but I'm also not a published writer. You know, this is why I live stream and don't run a blog. Sounds better then. This is a solid direction to go towards. I'm curious if they have the equivalent of metal in the War Within with this change. I'm still not a fan of the current work order system when people want to pay 100 gold for an item where I need to travel to a dungeon to make it. I just have no desire to interact with most of the public because I don't want to sit in trade for 2 hours versus doing dungeons or other content for pennies. Cool story, but nothing to do with the post. As a profession hoe, all professions maxed and all points filled across my alts, multiples of every profession. This is good, I think. By the time I maxed out my professions, I only cared about resourcefulness, especially on leatherworking, engineering, and blacksmithing crafts. The only time I actually deliberately relied on inspiration instead of just popping an insight to max out the craft was when I was making gear for my alts, because I could just recraft it with my own mat's metal until it procced. What takes 1 minute to get 10 recrafts in when doing this would take about 10 to 15 minutes when doing it for another player, especially if they're buying the mats each time. Inspiration should have guaranteed resourcefulness for when you already met the requirements to get max level crafts, but still procced inspiration anyway. Wow, that's an interesting take. I would not have assumed that that's the direction players would have gone in. This is somebody that was more than happy to work for resourcefulness procs. This is the scenario of somebody that would happily fill those 0-tip orders, because they go by the theory that if they fill enough 0-tip orders, the resourcefulness procs and the materials generated from said resourcefulness procs, they can then just sell, and then that's their gold. And the theory being is if you're doing this at scale across a lot of characters, maybe it adds up. I would never, ever, ever have considered resourcefulness procs to be that valuable. That said, we have had single materials which have been like 4-figure materials, 5-figure cost materials in some cases. Dracothists are like always sort of at least 4 figures. So maybe if you're doing it enough, it does add up, but it still seems like an awful lot of hard work for me. Just scrap the entire ridiculous new crafting system, please. It's trash. Leave up the crafting order tables and just go back to the way it was. Well, that's clearly not happening, is it? Time gating, concentration, crafting with RNG ingenuity is an amazing change. Not. No. I think it needs to be carefully implemented, but I think it's definitely better. I've had Dracothis and Obsidian Cobra Scales proc, although that's just an extra, not the actual gain. Haha, good old Tom Russ shoots in again. Is there an article on Wowhead that Tom Russ isn't like one of the first people commenting on? So still RNG, got it, not impressed. I swear he's literally memeing it up just for the sake of memeing it up. Not 100% on it, we'll wait to see how often concentration restores, etc. But overall optimistic, tentative, good job, Blizz. This is another, see, this is the thing, right? This is what I really, really, really hope is the case. This is good on paper. This is another one of those things that when it's on paper, it sounds good. And the theory makes a lot of sense. It's the implementation of it and the dialing of the knobs that will make all of the difference to whether it works well or whether it ends up being even more complicated than it is today. The implementation is critical on this. Making a name for yourself based on Wowhead comments alone is a feat of its own. I mean, to be fair, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. To be predominantly known through the player base just because you comment on a forum post occasionally is definitely an achievement, sure. I don't think RNG has any place in crafting. For prolific crafters, the RNG doesn't matter because everything evens out over enough instances, whilst for the occasional casual crafter, RNG only remains as a source of frustration. It's just not a fun mechanic. It feels punishing rather than rewarding. Well, you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. You don't think RNG has a place in crafting, and then you've gone on to say that for people who enjoy crafting and doing it a lot, RNG doesn't matter. What's your point? You've literally stated for the people that enjoy this avenue of gameplay, the RNG doesn't matter. So you don't have an argument. How to shoot yourself in the foot, 101. Purely based on RNG was never the goal of the profession revamp. Yes, I'm sure they were shocked after coding, programming, implementing, testing, and releasing that inspiration was RNG based. Oops. I like the change, gives you a way to know that you'll get an item to max. Problem will be how quickly it regens. Yeah, a few people are already starting to notice that the reload time on this concentration is key. If I can use it only once per day, then it makes it pretty useless early on. No, it makes it fair early on. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. It doesn't make it useless. It makes it fair. It means that more people get an opportunity to play the game. That's kind of the underlying philosophy of the whole thing. The whole system is very, very heavily designed to make sure that one single individual cannot dominate an entire market. They've been working against that since the days of Shadowlands. They realised that goblins will do goblin things more aggressively than ever during Shadowlands with legendaries, where a handful of individuals were able to dominate an entire very lucrative market for an entire expansion, and everybody else was just like basically had no chance. Dragonflight, they tried to fix that. They implemented a system that mostly worked but had some gaping holes in it. Now they're trying to plug those holes. Do you think it's necessary to play a proper race to profit to make gold? Now, yes, hopefully not in the future. One of the things that we've already sort of looked at is that racial bonus as giving you plus skill should go away. Doesn't really fit within this new style of profession system. If they don't want to completely get rid of them, they should at the very least switch them to offer like bonus crafting speed or ingenuity or resourcefulness or something. The flat skill that comes from racials is not good because it can be abused. Nuanced is not the word you're looking for. Complicated is. That's just silly. Not sure if you ever engaged with the system or just felt overwhelmed by the complexity. We have different mental skills, but calling it trash is not very accurate. It's dogshit level feedback. The concept of just saying, I don't like it, it's trash, get rid of it, is probably the worst feedback that you could ever give. Got to say, tunes are top notch today. I appreciate it. I do like to switch up the tunes a little bit. This, for reference, is actually a karaoke hits. I thought, what is the best tunes for people to bop along to in the background whilst you listen to me witter on about something for hours on end? And I was like, you know what? Karaoke hits. Who doesn't love a bit of karaoke? How does this fix the RNG issue that you outlined? Won't crafters just stack the refund stat and hope it refunds? If not, recraft it. Seems like the same thing, but probably happens less frequently, so people won't charge for said recrafts. No, you've definitely missed the point there. You've definitely missed the point. You've got to have it to spend it, and the point is you won't have it for very long if you're crafting too many times. It actually goes directly opposite to the recraft approach. It's going to mean that the system is going to mean that you are going to predominantly focus on single crafts for people. Recrafting as a system will be... Recrafting is going to be far less impactful. In fact, one of the knock-on effects of this, thinking about it more, is that recrafting will be more of a seasonal thing, right? Rather than an added complexity to the system as it stands. You will be far more one and done crafting things for people, right? You want Q4? Okay, I can guarantee you Q4, click. There's your Q4. You want Q5? Okay, it's going to cost you because I got to use my concentration. But I absolutely know that you'll get your Q5. And then I'll press the button with the concentration and happy days. If I get an Ingenuity proc and it refunds me, it means I can then go and craft a Q5 for somebody else as well. If not, I have to wait for it to recharge. There's not going to be this kind of like recraft. Oh, look, a proc. That's the whole thing they wanted to get away from. Can't wait for some PvP asshat to complain about the price of my concentration use on his recraft. It's just a recraft, bro. Well, this is inherently a risk that Blizzard takes. But I think it's a risk that's absolutely necessary. Mostly because Dragonflight has been so lopsided, so 100% lopsided in terms of the fact that the buyer of the piece of gear has absolutely 100% control of the deal, right? The buyer comes along, says, I want this piece of gear. I'm going to pay you nothing for it, and then I'm going to call you a dickhead if you don't just press the button, dude. Right? And there's been very, very little the crafter has ever been able to do to combat against that. So much so that some crafters have just gone, you know what, I'm not bothering. I don't want that hassle, right? I absolutely don't want that hassle. I don't want that aggro. I'm just not going to do it. Which is not something you should ever, as a game designer, want to put on your player base who are trying to play and enjoy your game. This time, with concentration, crafters are going to have a very, very solid, defined way of doing things. I will craft you a quality 4. It will cost you this much. Heck, I might even do Q4. Like, the theory comes here, right, is if you can get to the point where you can guarantee quality 4s, you might bang them out to people for free, right? You'll bang Q4s out for people. You'll do them fast. It's not going to use your concentration. You can do them all day long. You can get people their Q4 gear all day long. Stack your resourcefulness, get your resourcefulness tool, harvest some freebie materials, call it a day. Alternatively, if you want me to use my concentration, which I can only do 3 times this week, it's going to cost you 20k. And either you give me that 20k, or I wait for somebody to give me the 20k. If it's Tuesday afternoon and I've still got my reach, if I've got an excess, if I'm about to cap on my concentration, I might do you a deal, but I've got no reason to otherwise. This is kind of like the bargaining tool that crafters have needed to actually make this a more fair exchange. Now, this might lead players to complain because outside of Dragonflight, you know, people have kind of got a little bit accustomed to, oh, those crafters will just make me shit for free. It's just pressing a button. There's a mindset shift potentially that might need to happen here a little bit, but at least it does even the distribution of power in the negotiation a little bit. A little bit. Crafters will be able to, you know, definitively tell people, I can craft you this quality or I can craft you this quality and it will cost this. This kind of like random, everybody complaining about RNG, it takes away a lot of the RNG, because nowadays people are saying, well, I can make you quality 5, I can either guarantee you quality 5 for this price, or I can recraft it a few times and I'll charge you however many times it, you know, it's ambiguous. Nobody likes ambiguity. In my regards, I think this is better for the person buying the thing, because it will be a more simple, straightforward sales pitch. Quality 4 this price, quality 5 that price. This recrafting shenanigans won't necessarily be a thing. Buyers won't have to trust the crafter. At the moment, it's like, oh, you say you've got 45% inspiration, but how do I know you're not just switching out to your resourcefulness tool and shafting me on recrafts? You know? There's that kind of that weirdness from the buyer's perspective nowadays of needing to randomly trust the person that's crafting it for you. It'll be easy. Q4, Q5. You decide you want Q4, you decide you make Q5, you put in your order, you specify the quality. That means the crafter has to do the thing. Boom, done. Simple, quick, straightforward. There's probably still going to be some sort of, you know, if you want the Q5, you're going to have to also provide me with all the Q3 materials. But that's, you know, it still makes the whole thing a bit easier. I think they've gone halfway. I'm still going to need an add-on to work out what resources I need to work out if I can craft with or without the new resource. What were you... The smart thing to do is just to have both sets of materials ready, right? So you can just plug it in and see what the game shows you. If you're crafting any, you know, if you're crafting a few things, or you're spending a bit of time doing it, it's not too hard to have that. Can I make a bidding war in my guild for raid launch for my max rank crafts? I mean, probably that's kind of the concept, right? A crafter is going to know that they can make X amount of Q5 gear. Outside of an Ingenuity proc, which is going to be a small chance, hopefully, players will probably very quickly know, right, I'm 50 points, I'm 50 skill, I've done everything I can do in my profession, I'm 50 skill points away from guaranteeing quality 5, meaning I can make you Q4 all day long, but if you're the raid tank, you know, if you're the guild tank and the guild tank wants his Q5, you're going to have to use your concentration to make him his whatever he wants. If I make you a Q5, it means I can't make everybody else Q5s. So, you know. Crafting max rank cloth to the priest who PIs me? Well, I mean, you do you. You do you. Some people are really allergic to RNG in a game that's heavily built on RNG in every aspect. I know, it's crazy, right? Literally, the entire game, every single action you take in the game, near enough, has RNG attached to it. Have people never heard of crit chance? You know, trinket procs. Literally every single action you take in the game is based on RNG. Yet you are right. Some people seem to be allergic to it like the plague. Given when you choose Given you choose when to spend your concentration and the proc only refunds it, so you won't get more back than what you used on the craft. I don't see how recrafting to fish for proc will do anything. Well, it doesn't. Recrafting to fish for procs doesn't exist. You won't fish for procs. That's the point. You won't fish for procs because inspiration isn't going to exist. You cannot naturally, without the use of concentration, proc into a higher quality. I'd appreciate this change if the process of finding customers wasn't so tedious. The work order system will continue to punish low pop realms unless player pools are expanded to compensate for the decline in demand. Yeah, we seemingly kind of agree on that quality on public orders and potentially region-wide public orders make a lot of sense. Make an awful lot of sense. There really is no place in having server-specific work orders when everything concerning crafting in the auction house is region-wide. Not totally true, but along the right sort of understanding, yeah. I've done minimal crafting in Dragonflight, but I've recently maxed tailoring and maxed engineering. I feel like the blue post totally missed the mark on the problem, or maybe was just avoiding stating the real problem. Okay then. Isn't the problem that inspiration and or insight is required to make max level stuff? If they just allowed making max level stuff, then you wouldn't have inspiration shenanigans. And I guess that's kind of what they're doing. Instead of insight being the limiting factor, they're calling it concentration. This just seems to add another layer of complexity and confusion to an already bloated and difficult to understand system. I hope there were more dramatic improvements planned, including some okay. There's always an irony of somebody saying that they're missing the point when they themselves have missed the point. The point is that they are trying to prevent individual characters from being able to stand there all day long churning out top quality gear. That's literally the number one point of the whole recrafting system. They don't want somebody standing there making top quality gear all day long. They are inherently trying to make it so that you have to choose for who and for when you make that top quality gear, and they want to make that an active decision of the crafter. I do like this. I feel like the blue post missed the mark. No, you did. Sorry. Sounds like a second form of artisan's metal, meaning it sounds like crafters will be able to craft fewer rank 5s. This doesn't bode well. Well, once again, that is kind of like the goal of this. They don't want players making Q5s all day long. In the name of fairness, you know. If you are, the goblin brain, it would be really nice, right? If we could all just stand there and make elemental lariats all day long, charging 50k a piece all day long. But not everybody has the ability to do that. If there's one person on your server that's standing there selling elemental lariats all day long to everybody that needs one, that means nobody else is crafting any elemental lariats. It's like you have everything and I have nothing situation. They're trying to sort of balance that out. What if you make... Hang on, what? What if you make 5 million one craft the Gigabyss Q5 lariat that only a few people can make, and each week has an extremely limited number? You know how much the Race to World First will spend for BIS items? That's what we refer to as a hot take. I don't think that works, no. Goblin's still going to find some exploits. Well, I've already sort of stated that concentration, yes, definitely works, but it definitely also needs the assistance of a few other changes to make it work. If it's just straight up implemented as it is today, there is some glaring holes in the problem. The glaring holes being, number one, people will just make a couple of alts to circumvent the limitation on concentration, right? Oh, I've ran out of concentration on this character, I'll log on to the next character. There's obviously running an alt army of blacksmiths or leatherworkers or whatever kind of has an upfront effort to it that you need to make sure that you've leveled them all, but you can then theoretically get away from specializing. If you this is why concentration should be a warband resource. If you have the ability to make multiple blacksmiths, if you play one blacksmith, you are going to have to put a lot more time and effort into that one character. You are going to have to specialize and excel way more on that one character, because you are going to want to get to the point where you can basically guarantee quality 5 crafts anyway, and you want to get to the point where you're using as little of your concentration every time you craft something. If you go the alt army route, you don't really care too much how much concentration you use, meaning you only need to level up blacksmithing to a certain point so that you then can use concentration to craft. And as we know how the professions work, there's usually an influx of a huge amounts of knowledge points you can get very quickly, and then any over and above that value take a drip fed to you a lot slower. Weirdly, concentration will be heavily abused by alts if it's a personal resource rather than a warband resource. Can I lower the music a bit? I mean, it's already pretty quiet. I guess if you're using headphones, it might be a bit louder. I'll drop it down a touch. Will be super limited for the crafters, which sucks. Now I make 300k daily, 6 to 7k per craft, 30 to 40 crafts a day. In War Within, this is going to be giga limited, which sucks and sucks again. For buyers, it is good, no matter how expensive they will be, which I doubt. The reality is Blizzard doesn't want you making 300k a day. The fact that you're this is something that's very difficult to comprehend as somebody that obviously wants to have as big a piece of the pie as possible, quite naturally. But Blizzard doesn't want you making 300k a day. And you've got to understand that because you're making 300k a day, that means somebody else that's spent the time and effort to level up their profession is making nothing per day. What they're trying to do by limiting the amount of things that you can craft is balance the opportunity for players to play that aspect of the game, right? They would rather you make 100k a day by crafting only a handful of things, but then 2 other people can also do that. 2 other people can also play with their professions and level up. So while it's strictly, frustrating to one individual that they may not be able to dominate the markets as much, you've got to understand why Blizzard does it. Blizzard would rather 10 people make 30k a day than 1 person making 300k a day. Absolutely. There's no doubt that they would rather that be the case. It's only because Dragonflight Professions had some pretty obvious loopholes that you could jump through that people were still able to sort of stand there and craft all day if they wanted to. And there's often, dare I say it, it's probably considered more fun for somebody to be able to log on at their leisure, know that they have their concentration available to craft somebody their top quality piece of gear, go out and craft 1, maybe 2 pieces of top quality gear and charge a 10k, 15k, 20k tip for using their concentration. Get it done and dusted, blast it out the way, get it done, and then move on with their life, right? This is the thing, right? It allows people to get their share of the pie and then go do the other stuff. One of the massive complaints is that people don't want to stand in the capital city spamming a macro all day long, selling lots of things for a small price. Sure, it adds up over time, but like there's a huge amount of the player base that don't see the professions as their primary method of play, that it's something that they want to do alongside. And they definitely with Dragonflight tried to make the professions a little bit more open to people, yet it actually ended up working kind of in the opposite direction. Why would they though? Surely it's in their best interest to have people wanting gold to buy tokens, but it's in their best interest for people to be able to make some gold as well. That's kind of the point, right? So look how many people have looked at the professions in Dragonflight and very quickly turned around and said, well, this is bullshit. This is dumb. Why would I craft anything for like 100 gold commission? Why am I going to put the upfront effort into leveling these professions, gathering the knowledge points? Why am I going to bother doing all of that if then there's no work orders and the only work orders are 100 gold apiece? They're just, they want people to integrate with the system. They want people to play with professions, but what they don't want is single individuals to dominate everything. Very right, I was spamming macros like mad the whole expansion. Yeah, trade chat spam is mental. It's actually wild. Concentration will be heavily time gated and annoying. If you think different, you didn't play this game for long. The flat out, if you don't agree with my opinion, you're wrong is always very funny. Sounds like a much better system than Inspiration in Dragonflight. Having to rely on RNG in order to get a rank 3 enchant or consumable was the worst feeling ever, and made me feel like the hours I spent farming materials were a total waste. Having it tied to a meter that helps you guarantee those rank 3 items will be a godsend. I know some people will undoubtedly complain about having to recharge over time. This beats randomness
sweet
every
profit
day.
together.
It's true. Starscream with a 5, thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome. If you prefer wasting your hard-earned material on low-rank items due to bad luck, this sounds like a fair trade. Okay, playing into the bait there. Well, I'm glad they're taking steps to acknowledge that Inspiration made crafting very cumbersome to explain to people wanting items crafted who did not understand the crafting system. This solution has some major drawbacks. Concentration, unlike metal, becomes time-gated in a way that you will feel compelled to go to a city when your concentration pool is full to sell your resource. I think they're assuming that it recharges quite quickly here. I'm definitely hoping that the recharge rate is slow. Like if you are sat at 100% concentration and you use all of it, I would kind of hope that it would take a full week for that bar to fully replenish to the top. That's the level of slow I want it to replenish by. Because otherwise, yes, the system doesn't work as intended if it recharges too fast anyway. If it recharges too fast, you just tell somebody to come back in an hour. It doesn't actually have that restrictive implementation like it's designed to if it recharges too fast. It has to recharge slowly. If you use all of it, it has to take a good period of time for it to fully come back to you. It has to recharge slowly so that this isn't really a thing. For players who wish to use their crafting as a primary method of goal making, selling their concentration pool becomes impossible to predict because of Ingenuity. How does it become impossible to predict? you can calculate that you want to make 50k off your full concentration pool, say, for example, and anytime Ingenuity procs, that just adds extra crafts you can make. There's no downside to Ingenuity. I'm not sure they understand the Ingenuity. Whether you're a crafter, goal maker, crafter, hobbyist, or just a person who wants to advance your profession, concentration requires you to spread out your time logged on to that crafter. You won't be able to log into a character and make significant gains with your limited playtime because you'll be waiting on a resource to recharge. This is very mobile game style of play that encourages multiple logins per day and punishes... Okay, once again, point 3 is the same as point 1. This is another reason why it has to recharge slowly. I think this player is definitely considering that the recharge time is way faster than I think it probably should be. 100% the recharge speed needs to be slow. Yeah, they clearly seem to have the assumption that it recharges in like a few hours or something. A fully expended bar of concentration, in my mind, should take a full week to recharge. Look at Dracothists, for example. One single character can only make 10 Dracothists a week. When you break that down, that's one Dracothist every 16.8 hours. If you have 100 concentration, if you spend 100 concentration, it should take you a week to generate that 100 concentration back. That also means as you become a better crafter and are using less concentration each time, you can foreseeably craft more stuff, right? You could log in on a Wednesday and you could make 5 items because you're only using 20 of your concentration each time. You could make 5 items on a Wednesday and then log off. You've used your entire concentration bar. It will take an entire week for that bar to fill back up to 100. But in a couple of days' time, you can log back in knowing that it's only taking you 20 concentration to make a craft, and you can make another 1 or maybe another 2 crafts to push it back down to 0 again. It's at, like, as long as it recharges slow enough, it's entirely flexible when you come in and use it. There will probably be some weird meta goblin mindset of you will probably want to try your best to make sure that by reset day, which is historically always the biggest day for people wanting new crafted gear, you're probably going to want Tuesday for Team NA, Wednesday for Team EU, as much of your crafting concentration bar full as possible. You're not going to blow your load on a Monday afternoon of concentration because then you're going to gimp yourself by the time Wednesday comes around and everybody actually wants their gear. At least if you're smart, I guess. Wouldn't it have to recharge reasonably quickly though? Otherwise the cost of raiding will be too high. Not at all. Not at all. How many times does a single individual need to buy a piece of crafting gear? Once every week or 2, depending on how they get their sparks. Nobody is buying 500 pieces of gear a week, right? You might do across different characters, but for a single character, you're buying 1 or 2 pieces of top-end crafted gear a week. And remembering that there's always more crafters than there are people who want gear. Always, always, always more crafters than there are people that want gear. So if it takes a week for a crafter to replenish their ability to make your 1 piece of gear, that's fine. That works. That balances. Already didn't bother in Dragonflight to stand around in Valdrak and spamming macros. Better things to do. It puts a lot more emphasis, I think, on public orders. I think it takes this concept could quite easily take away from personal orders kind of being the way to go. it puts a lot more emphasis on public orders, and it puts a lot of emphasis on public orders at quality 4 being filmed quite quickly because there's no restriction, there's no requirement for concentration to make a quality 4, in theory. You should be able to guarantee quality 4s, that's kind of the goal here. So public orders for quality 4s will flow in and people will fill them as and when. Quality 5 public orders might sit there for a little while, because you're then waiting for that crafter to log on to use their concentration to recraft or to craft your Q5. Like I said, they have to make sure that a few things balance here. They really do have to make sure a few things work together. They have to make this world where quality 4 is more acceptable to have. They have to try and defeat this mindset of nothing but quality 5 is ever desired. The way they can do that is maybe by making some subtle changes to how quality 4 and quality 5 are different. They could, in theory, make them the same item level, having the same primary stats on, but quality 5, for example, could then have things like tertiary stats on it instead. They have to make this world where Q4s are more acceptable, because that's going to be the thing that crafters can make quickly and easily for anybody. They're going to quickly and easily be able to make you a Q4 whenever you want it. Guild member wants a piece of Q4 gear made? No problem, I'll do it for you now. You want to stand in trade chat and film Q4 work orders for resourcefulness procs all day? You do you. But the Q5 stuff is where the concentration is going to be needed to make it, and that is going to be where, you know, there's going to have to be some sort of flexibility implemented here. Nice that this has been announced early in the patch cycle. Should be a lot of time to do the balancing. I really hope so. I really hope so. Yes. I like the limited availability of concentration. As a crafter, it means I don't have to lower my crafting fee or resort to accepting tips just because other crafters do. If a potential buyer doesn't like my price, then they can find somebody else. But if other crafters are also out of concentration, then the buyer has to come back to me or wait it out. The limited concentration essentially puts a floor on crafting fees, and I'd rather do a few crafts for good sum than a bunch of crafts for scraps. Not 100% to this degree, but yes, it does puts more ownership on the wheeling and dealing on the crafters again, which is nice. According to the post, once your concentration is at 0, it doesn't matter if you recraft. It's not a chance to craft it higher, because it's a chance to gain some back of that concentration energy, for lack of a better term. Yes, yeah. An alternative would to make concentration the illustrious insight of the expansion, and to have customers pay a non-gold currency to fill that missing crafter skill if they don't want to open their wallet, requesting crafters to use it for their crafts. Flight stones would suit the role well here, I think. Oh, that's a very interesting concept. That's a very interesting concept. Not something that I think Blizzard would ever do. A very interesting concept could be that you are working for more than gold, or alternative currencies than gold. You could per se work for flight stones instead. That seems very broken to me. I don't think that would happen. I can find loopholes in that within 30 seconds. There'd be all sorts of craziness going on there. Will work for food. Isn't that the situation we have now? That's literally the situation we have now. I'll work for scraps. The majority of crafts that include an enchanted worm or aspect crest and a stat missive require an insight or an inspiration proc to hit rank 5. Even if you're using top quality materials. True. Blizzard has designed it so that you're ever so close, just a handful of points away from being able to guarantee rank 5 crests on a worm's crest craft. Even if you have every profession knowledge point obtainable, every single aspect craft needs an insight or inspiration proc for rank 5. Blizzard could have fixed this whole issue by simply tweaking a few numbers throughout the whole expansion, and could have made a staggering number of players and crafters' lives easier. More people would have interacted with the system if it wasn't so convoluted. I believe it's by design. About 40% inspiration means that 60% of crafts will fail to reach rank 5. Maybe a bit less because there's some randomness here or there. Here, have an extra couple of skill for no reason mechanic in there. Good old hidden skill value. Which means that a massive amount of materials and gold go into the ether. Some will come back into the game through resourcefulness procs, but still a lot is lost. Don't even get me started on unlimited diamond gems. I don't disagree with any of that, but I think we've mentioned this a little bit already. The reason that they didn't tweak not being able to guarantee top quality stuff was a design choice. It was definitely a design choice. People who sort of have this take are people who are not considering the fact that we had a complete profession overhaul to move away from this design. This was the design we had for 8, 9 expansions or whatever, where soon as you had the recipe, you could make that recipe as many times as you flipping wanted. The profession overhaul, one of the pillars of the new profession overhaul was specialization, limited amount of top quality crafts. That's kind of like headline features of the new crafting system, which is why they made it so you couldn't necessarily guarantee everything. It was gross the way they did it. I will say that for sure. And if Blizzard wants any feedback on this, don't make it so people can get within a gnat's cock distance from being able to guarantee quality 5 and then stop them dead. If you don't want people to ever guarantee quality 5, don't let them get even close, right? Don't let them get even close. Make it so that nobody is going to get within 50 points or something, or 10 points or something. Make it so that people can very clearly see that they are never, ever, 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 ever going to guarantee quality 5. This is why I kind of think that the phrase quality 4 and quality 5, the language could be changed here. I don't want to use the word Titan Forged, but it's the best way of describing it, right? If they can make this theory where, crafters can guarantee top quality, and then with concentration you make the Titan Forged version. Having it numerically Q4, Q5 makes it feel like, well, Q5 is just the next one up from Q4. If you have just if you could have Q5 and then concentration could make the Titan Forged Q5. It still has the same name, but it showcases that it's the next one, the bigger one, the better one. The numerical Q1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is partly one of the reasons why, 5 is a bigger number. I only want 5. This is kind of a concept that I think they really do have to consider alongside this. Otherwise, a lot of things do fall apart, I think. But yes, diamonds were also very gross. Definitely need to fix diamonds. I think it would be better without Ingenuity, because that's yet more RNG. Concentration plus Ingenuity sounds like a way to keep inspiration in the game, but make it more complicated. The worst part about Dragonflight Professions is certainly not inspiration. But inspiration was the core reason why a lot of the other stuff didn't feel very great. This is my take on this is a very, very clever way of doing it. Because both of these stats, they have the same level they have more impact for the crafter, but the big difference is that the buyer doesn't care. The buyer does not give a damn what your concentration is. The buyer does not give a hoot what your ingenuity is, because that's a crafter problem. That's a you problem. You tell me how much it's going to take for me to use your concentration. If you don't have it, or if you haven't stacked your ingenuity, that's a you problem. The buyer doesn't care. This is one of the problems with inspiration, is that for some weird reason, the buyer cares about what the crafter's inspiration is because of the loophole system of just recrafting until it procs. This concentration plus ingenuity, although it at face value looks like, oh my god, it's something else for a crafter to have to think about, actually makes it a lot simpler for half the problem, right? Half the problem being that buyers of pieces of gear were like hunting for people with the best inspiration, and then had to trust that they were actually that they actually had that. I saw ungodly amounts of weird things happening because of this. People would say, I've got 45% inspiration, and then they'd send somebody a link to a private Discord where they would be live streaming their screen so that they could showcase that they did actually have that inspiration, and that when they did press the craft button, it either did or it didn't proc, as a way to try and prove to people they weren't scammers. Mental. Absolutely batshit crazy. But obviously, the reason it had to go. What was the problem with diamonds? The problem with diamonds is that you just burn through the quality 3 resources, and there was never, ever, ever a way to guarantee top quality stuff. It's a very uphill task to get people to be satisfied with a non-max rank. Oh, I know. Absolutely. But they do need to try and figure that shit out for this concentration mechanic to work. I didn't design the concentration mechanic. I didn't come up with this concentration and ingenuity. They did. I'm just pointing out that if they want it to work properly, they do definitely need to figure out a way so that Q4 is considered acceptable. It doesn't need to be BIS, it just needs to be acceptable. The ways that they can go about doing that, there are a few options, but they need to make it considered acceptable. Otherwise, crafters will still be running around with nothing to do, ever, because if nobody ever wants Q4 for any reason ever, crafters will have nothing to do. They'll do 2 crafts, use their concentration, and then they got to come back next week. This is why they have to make the 1 rank below max acceptable. I'm not saying great. I'm not saying everybody wants it. It just needs to be considered acceptable. I think for crafters, they need to add a plus skill value on every resource acquired for the craft. No idea why this is hidden. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, every time you use if you're using quality 1 or quality 2, what is it gonna, or quality 3, what's it gonna do? Yeah, you're not wrong. The transparency there could be better. I don't think it's getting better though. From what we've already seen, there is still multiple ranks of quality on most materials. It's still going to just be up to the crafter to figure out exactly what combination works for them. That's just part of the crafter game. Go back to a system where the buyer has to supply all the non-soulbound mats. If you can buy it from the auction house, it should be supplied by the buyer. It's weird. It's weird. This is a very subjective thing. I still find it very weird that buyers have to supply any materials at all. I find it odd. It doesn't sit in my brain right. It doesn't feel right to me that the buyer has to provide any materials. I've put forward this take a few times throughout Dragonflight, and I'm going to be honest, most times I get shot down with it, but it still feels really odd to me that the buyer is required to provide any of them. Why should the buyer have any care about what materials go into making a thing? It's hard enough for them to figure out in most cases what thing they want. Never mind what makes the thing. Isn't that the job of the crafter? I just want to know how much that thing costs, and if I'm willing to pay for that thing. That's my take on it. But I know my opinion differs to many on that. But we need some basic NPC crafting orders. They're coming. This is one thing that should be important to note. NPC crafting orders are coming. They are coming. This is partly one of the reasons as well why I think concentration might work. Crafters will be able to charge a fee for use of their concentration because they are not beholden to pressing the button for you in any way, shape, or form. They can film crafting orders for NPCs if they need to, for the purpose of leveling up their profession and getting their first-time craft bonuses and that sort of stuff. The fact that crafters are not going to be beholden to actual other people wanting pieces of gear, I think is also going to be very helpful for this. We should be able to specify minimum quality on public orders. If other changes go into play, I agree. I think now is the time to implement that. There's a strong reason why that was never implemented. I understand the reasons why it was never implemented, even though people hate them. There's a very strong reason though why implementing minimum quality on public orders can now be a thing. But the only way that works is if you can once again do this. You need to create that scenario where quality 4 is acceptable. Because otherwise all of the orders just come in at Q5. It's time for this, but other things need to also happen. Also, anything made from crafting orders, unless made by another toon on your account for the weekly crafting order quests, should become account bound or war bound until equipped. Oh my god, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. At least in the... yeah. Oh, ooh. Do I like that as much as I think I like that? Or am I... oh, I don't know. I've already seen exploits with that. I've already found problems with that. People will funnel gear to their mains. People will funnel gear to their mains if that's the case. Gear already comes to you in soulbound fashion, which I think warbound... what they're trying to get away from here is the scam orders that people put in, which then just go on to sell them on the auction house. Now, obviously, that's only materials, intermediates, toys, that sort of stuff. Yeah, I can't see a world where warbound until equipped gear makes sense from crafting orders, because otherwise you have 10 alts that go and do their Spark weekly quest, and then said warbound, and then you put in 10 different orders for 10 different pieces of gear and funnel them all to your main. That doesn't work. That's a problem. But for toys, intermediate items, bags, that sort of shit, that kind of could be a theory. Make anything that comes through the work order system non-resellable, I guess is a better way to phrase it. Non-resellable items through the work order system makes sense. That would, as a way to nuke a lot of the desire for these scam orders. Which, let's not forget, scam orders won't be anywhere near as impactful because they'll be NPC orders. You won't have to do shit for somebody for free just to get your first time craft, just to get your knowledge point, just to get your skill point. You won't be forced to do those public orders for free for somebody else, or even worst case scenario at your cost, because NPC orders will exist. We already know that. So maybe that is kind of already been addressed. Inscription and engineering need a better way to level them. I'm sure they'll figure that sort of stuff out. Good PTR news, for Jewel Crafting bag space, there's no quality on raw gems anymore. Oh, okay. We'll have a look at the patch notes in a second, actually. I've spent way too long on this one specific topic. Way too long. Do we have a link to these patch notes, by the way? True question. Where's the archaeology rework? Good point. Where is it? Good point. Oh, it's gone into the wrong thing. Right, War Within Alpha development notes. So, let's see what is on the Alpha. Not that I have access to the damn thing anyway, but what is on the Alpha? The Isle of Dawn, Cinderbrew Meadery in the Rookery. Level 70 characters with a max level of 73 currently. With each phase, we encourage players to make a new template character and avoid using their previous characters as they could be in a broken state. Making a new template character to make sure to talk to Questatorian, and he'll prefer... Okay, sure. Hero talents can be assessed either naturally by leveling, first points granted at 71, or can be boosted by interacting with the NPC in Orgrimmar. Please note, doing this will give you a permanent debuff that will reduce your damage done, so not to overpower content due to having a larger amount of talent points than intended. Blah, 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 blah. Alpha stuff. Alpha stuff doing alpha stuff. Following hero talents available for testing in public alpha stage 1. Death Knight, Demon Hunters, Druids, Evokers, Hunters, Mages, and Monks. Oh, Paladins, Priests, Rogues, Shaman... What? They're fucking all of them. Oh, there's only like one spec for some of the classes. Okay. Druid shit. I'm not going to go through all of the individual stuff because let's get to the stuff that we actually care about, shall we? Paladins, Warriors... Dynamic Flight. 440 plus flying mounts will feature dynamic flight, active abilities, faster speeds, and new animations in the War Within. 440. That's nearly more mounts than I own. You need to talk to Zan. He has some connection. Maybe you can get some alpha access. I know exactly how the game works. I just haven't played the game very well. It's practically my own fault for not getting alpha. I know exactly how the game works. I have spoke to some people. I have messaged some people. We'll see what happens. There's practically nothing I'm going to be able to do to get an overnight fix to it either way. I just have to live with the fact that I have taken too long to play the game. Looking at a catalogue of 600 plus mounts, so which of you guys is going to be useless? Well, let's not forget that ground mounts don't count. So, like, obviously, you might have hundreds and hundreds of mounts, but a lot of them are going to be ground mounts anyway. Does the profession post guy have a Twitter? Maybe we can just DM him. We kind of had an idea about who was doing the profession changes in Dragonflight. I've got no clue who's responsible for this sort of stuff in the War Within, unfortunately. Are you planning on doing a summary YouTube video? Yeah, I absolutely will. I'm just making sure I've got all my eggs in a row, as they say, before I dive into it, because not only do I want to cover the post, I also want to share my feedback on it. This is as much for you guys as it is for feedback for Blizzard. So, because yes, I know I'm taking this very slowly, and I'm not deliberately stretching content for content reasons. I am trying to make sure I actually think about it. Sell value of elegant canvas brush has been reduced to 100 gold. Fucking hell does that matter in the alpha? Okay, professions then. We added inspiration in Dragonflight to try and capture the fantasy of critical hits whilst crafting. If you weren't quite capped out on your gear and specializations for a given craft, or if you weren't using max quality reagents to guarantee that max quality item, inspiration was a way to get that lucky crit. It could save you some money by using lower quality reagents, and you could craft a better item than you would otherwise. That was the hope, at least. But it ended up being, understandably, becoming a situation where crafters take this luck-based system and tell their customers that they'll just recraft an item an indeterminate amount of times and summarily charge a specific price per recraft until their inspiration struck. So, in the War Within Alpha, we're removing inspiration, because that was dumb. Is what they forgot to put in here, because recrafting until a proc hit was dumb. It worked, but it was dumb. And it worked because it was the better of the two options. The other option was, of course, use Artisan's Metal and guarantee it in the first place. But people also figured out that every time they do a recraft, there was also the chance for every time they did a recraft for somebody, there was also the chance for resourcefulness procs to naturally happen, meaning that you could actually harvest more value by doing recrafts multiple times for somebody else than you could by using your Artisan's Metal and charging for it up front. TLDR, it was dumb, so they're removing it. In its place, we have a new ability for crafters to utilize, concentration, and a new stat called Ingenuity. Learn more about it in the last 3.5 hours of my stream. Concentration is a resource that you have a separate pool of per crafting profession. It represents your ability to heavily focus on your recipes and exceed your normal capabilities. You choose when you want to concentrate using a button within the crafting window, empowering your next crafts. Doing so will cause the craft to automatically reach the next level of quality, no questions asked. New stat, Ingenuity. You have a chance to have an ingenious breakthrough when you concentrate on a craft, refunding all the concentration that was spent. It does say per crafting profession. Now, obviously, that can be ambiguous because, of course, a single character has 2 crafting professions, showcasing that, well, you know, if you have tailoring and enchanting, you'll have a concentration bar for both. But what it doesn't state is whether that's on a per character basis or whether that's going to be a warband wide resource. Tailoring, your warband has a tailoring bar of X, right? If you have 12 tailors, great, you still only have 1 bar of concentration. There's still room for reading into that. Good old English language not actually being super clear all the time. What's going on with alchemy then? Alchemy is in a near complete state. What? Alchemy is in a near complete state. Week 1 of the alpha. The fucking hell's going on? Hello? Somebody get me alpha access now. Beyond some polish and tuning work that will likely happen in broad strokes across all professions, most, if not all, recipes should be able to be crafted and utilized, and the spec trees should be largely reflective of the final experience, all subject to feedback, of course. Your good friend Instructor and his cohort can supply you with the training materials needed to experiment, and the items you make should be functional and ready for testing. Some additional notes. Vials have been rebranded to be profession effects only, retaining the 30-minute extendable duration. Flasks make a return with 1-hour durations. Flasks, vials, potion, flipping Laura. You could have picked 2 words that don't sound the same. As a quality of life bonus, you can now have vials and flasks active at the same time. Okay. Experimentation has been carried forward from Dragonflight, but with some adjustments in effort to mitigate frustration whilst keeping with the theme. You now select which herb to experiment with and can only discover recipes that utilize that particular herb. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's cool. Okay, yeah, I already like the sound of that. Breaking down... Does that mean we still have the breaking down of potion shit to get the catalyst business? Alchemist getting preferential favourite child treatment again. In the alpha for Dragonflight, alchemy was also the first profession that was able to be tested. I don't know what... Somebody at Blizzard loves alchemy. Prioritize. It's clearly their main somebody at Blizzard, their main is clearly an alchemist. Perks of starting with the letter A, maybe. So if something uses anchorweed, I got to experiment with anchorweed and not hock and bloom. Yes. Yes. Blah, 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 complex, blah, blah, bloat. So unappealing to new and young players. I'm not sure, you know. Need an aardvark profession? What are you going on about? Is alchemy ready because they just copy-pasted Dragonfly? Well, it doesn't look like it. Experimentation has two forms. A repeatable version that you can do with short lockouts, which can be bypassed with formulated courage. Same theme. And a time-gated one that boasts a much higher chance at recipe discoveries. Okay. One with short cooldown that has a lesser chance, and a time-gated one that boasts a much higher chance. Well, if a short lockout... Hang on. A short lockout is still a time gate. Why have a short one and a long one? Why have a short one and a long one? This probably is more based upon the long one probably... The long one probably takes the same amount of materials as the short one, I guess. You log in daily to do your long one because it's cheap. And you do it once. Or you can do the short one that's more expensive and you can do it a lot if you're just a thirsty alchemist that must have all of the stuff, you know? It's also broken on the alpha because the Philosopher's Stone is still uses Dragonflight mats, and nobody had any of them. Oh, that's quite funny. That is actually quite funny. Near complete state. I like that. I like that. It's always risky when they say something's near complete. Transmutation has been significantly expanded with a system called Thaumaturgy. What? How do you say that? Thaumaturgy. What the hell? Fucking words, man. Sometimes I think English is not my main language.
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy. Whatever. Okay. Transmutes. Yeah. Check. Noted. Oh no, where's it gone? Where's me page gone? That one? Right. Transmutation has been significantly expanded into a system that we will forever know as Transmutation 2.0. This is a side component of alchemy that boasts extra complexity. I'm sure that will appease Steve Adden profusely. This is a side component of alchemy that boasts extra complexity, which allows you to regularly transmute a variety of reagents found on Khazalgar into other forms, also known as Transmutation 2.0. Whilst this process is highly destructive, specializations and clever choices in your inputs will ultimately bring you closer to transmuting Blasphemite, the elusive and highly coveted metagem that is sure to catch the eye of aspiring jewel-crafting entrepreneurs. Blasphemite. Okay. Please take a look at the Thaumaturgy Specialization tab and experiment with this feature with and without specializations and let us know how it feels. Zan struggled to pronounce transmutagens yesterday. Thaumaturgy. I don't know, whatever. Transmute 2.0. Specializations now focus heavily on the herbs of Kazangar, so it's wise to evaluate the recipe list to determine which recipes appeal to you the most. Specializations for all herbs on a recipe contribute to the final roles associated with them. As a reminder, recipe difficulty tuning will happen in a later pass, but you can nonetheless engage with this mechanic to observe the impacts on their crafts. Okay, mind blown because I have no idea what the fuck that means. What am I going to do, boys and girls, to get alpha? Over what I've already done. God damn. Dear Lord. What am I going to do to get myself alpha? Have you considered getting alpha and logging in? It's crazy, right? It's actually crazy. Pray to the pizza gods, bend over. I'll happily do both. Like, honestly, I'll happily do both. I'll do both at the same time if it helps. Fly to California, stand outside Blizzard HQ and offer service to anybody who can give you a key. It's my own fault for not, like... Okay, the TLDR to all of this, right? Some of you will probably know, some of you probably won't know, so I will explain it to you all. World of Warcraft has what is referred to as a partner program. The World of Warcraft Creator Partner Program is basically, in simple terms, the inner circle of Blizzard creators. So everybody that had alpha yesterday is already part of that partner program, right? It's simply a Discord channel. Simply a Discord channel. You get a little bit of heads up of things that are happening. You get the early invites to things like alpha, for example. But the concept of it is predominantly, to my understanding at least, it's an invite-only system. My ability to network is pretty shit. I've always known this. I'm never too good about networking, getting myself out there greatly. I have my YouTube channel. I have my Twitch. I flitter about on Twitter, but not so much. I kind of stay in my lane, which has meant over the years I've never been invited into this partner program for whatever reasons. But without being in the partner program, you practically don't get any preferential treatment. So what I have been trying to do is weave my way into said partner program, but I've left it all a little bit too late. A few creators have assisted me with this. A few creators have put in a good word for me, but, you know, it's still an invite-only system, so... Hire somebody to do your PR for you. I'd love to hire somebody to do my PR for me. I'd love to be able to hire somebody to do clips and highlights and stuff for me. I would love that. It requires something pretty substantial though. Money. One of the best content creators. I'm sad to see you haven't got one. Like I said, it's entirely my own fault. I stay in my lane. I don't divert from my lane very much, you know. When I play the game and what I report on in the game, if it's much outside my lane, I don't really... And I do a niche thing. I do a very niche thing. So it's entirely my own fault. I should be whoring myself out far more frequently, but... Goblin with no money. Bad goblin. Bad goblin. I barely pay myself a livable wage, never mind paying other people a livable wage to do things for me, is the inherent issue I have. I would happily like to do that, though. What have they changed with blacksmithing, then? Specializations are in and ready for players to dissect. While the hookups aren't fully implemented, what do they mean by hookups? What the hell are hookups? While the hookups aren't fully implemented, I'm hoping the ever-burning Forge specialization catches players' attention as a way to inject a helping profession stat deterministically. Oh, don't be fucking cryptic in the dev notes. Why be cryptic in the dev notes? Just say it. Don't be cryptic. Tell people, goddamn you. Okay, sure. Enchanting. In this alpha build, enchanting has been enabled and can be trained by some dude. Dragonflight enhancements worked well to provide players with choices and customization. So many of the options available will look familiar in the War Within. There's a new host of weapon enchants available, as well as the new cursed ring enchants and selectable options. Weapon oils have also made a return, and enchanting has an additional set of fun consumables to market to other players. One of the very, very first things I would be doing with testing enchanting for anybody that does have access and is also in the know is please test if the exploit works. If they've just copy-pasted the exploit from Dragonflight, there'll be lots of sad enchanters. Well, there'll be some very rich enchanters, but there will equally be some very sad ones alongside. If you know what I'm talking about and have access to the alpha, please go test that. The vast majority of enchants have been implemented. None of the enchants have been tuned yet. A baseline tuning will be done in the near future. Okay. There was an exploit, in essence, that allowed you to guarantee quality 3 crafts of all of the weapon enchants, which practically nuked the market for a good 6 months. I'm just here. Why don't they write the patch notes in English anymore? That's also true, you know. It's not necessarily using the most straightforward and easy to understand English. It's very true. Some of the spec choices: designated disenchanter. I like that. Master your fundamental disenchanting rituals. Pray to the disenchant gods. Maximizing the quality of the reagents that you create when destroying items. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Does dust and shards and shit have quality all of a sudden? Where's me wowhead? We'll look at this in a minute. Are they adding qualities to reagents for enchanting? No, please, no. Where's wowhead? Where's wowhead? Let's figure this shit out, shall we? Beta. Dust. It's got to be called something dust, right? I don't know what the flipping names of this shit is. Storm dust? Quality 1, quality 2, quality 3. Say hello to quality on enchanting materials. People wanted people wanted material quality to go away, and they've gone, hold my beer. Have some more. Have some more quality. Okay, well, I'm sure that will go down like a lead balloon. Noted. Oh dear, sure. They've moved quality from jewel crafting onto an enchanting. Thanks. Alright, okay. Supplementary shattering. Learn the art of shattering the magical essences of Kazalgar, temporarily empowering your resourcefulness, your multicraft, and your ingenuity. Additionally, your studies will grant you +1 ingenuity per point in this specialization. I've wondered this for a little while, and I'm starting to. This sort of starts to make me think that then we are we going to be back into a scenario where profession synergy matters? They moved away from that, but are we now maybe getting to a point where profession synergy is going to matter again? Learn the art of shattering magical essences of Kazalgar, temporarily empowering your resourcefulness, your multicraft, and your ingenuity. Additionally, your studies will grant you +1 ingenuity per point in this specialization. Is profession pairing going to be a thing again? I wouldn't mind if it was, because it's a bit of flavor. It kind of annoys me in a way that I would have to swap things around a little bit, but nobody liked it. Well, it allowed people to create an advantage for themselves. Maybe in the competitive landscape of professions nowadays, that's probably not a good play. We're borderline getting into the issues with racials and stuff, I suppose, aren't we? There, that if there's optimal profession pairing again, it starts to get a bit icky. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Well, enchanting has quality on materials. GG. GG. With our 10 plus alts queued up for concentration, there's going to be plenty of pairings. Yeah, maybe. Fishing! Everybody's favourite profession. Everybody loves a touch of fishing. In this alpha build, the waters around Kazalgar are populated with a single fish, while we work out a few updates to the ecosystem. One fish. £1 fish. However, fellow anglers will notice a change in their fishing journal, namely fishing accessories. Your existing fishing gear from the past will lose all fishing stats, and converting them to fishing accessories will permanently exchange the combat stats for the proper fishing related bonuses. So the fishing hat, your fishing rods, that sort of stuff. Not strictly like the Dragonflight profession tools. This isn't profession tools, but fishing gear from the past. You know, you've had the fishing hat in the past. You've had different fishing rods, equipable stuff, old stuff. Your existing fishing gear from the past will lose its plus fishing stats, and we'll be converting them into fishing accessories that will then probably be an on-use and a permanently exchange those combat stats for the proper fishing-related bonuses. Okay, that's something that needs to be seen to be fully understood, I think, but old items like the real gear, gloves that give you plus fishing and that sort of stuff are probably going to go away, and they will in turn be converted into accessories by the looks of things. We're strictly looking out for any friction with this conversion, items we might have missed, or critical issues to fix before this goes fully live. Okay. Fishing rods won't be weapons anymore. Yeah, that sort of thing. The legendary, the Legion fishing rod is probably the first one that comes to mind. What they're going to do with that thing? Okay, sure. Reading this is actually presenting me with more questions than it is answers. Herbalism. In this build, herbalism has been enabled and can be trained by some dude somewhere. Specs for herbalism have been fully implemented. And in addition to some of the fan favourites, we have some new abilities and bonuses that you can spec into. Finally, herbs are growing all over the Isle of Dawn, including ones that have been affected by the magic's presence of Kazalgar. As always, we appreciate your time and feedback. So copy-pasted herbalism, right? Is that what we're saying? The base idea behind herbalism specializations in the War Within is the same as Dragonflight. but there have been changes and additions to some of the bonuses. Botany specialization now has a mulching sub-specialization. Mulching being the breaking down of herbs into like dirt, right? Which allows you to make potent magical mulch and learn to utilize your green thumb. Mulching allows you to consume some of the common herb mycobloom. So that's one of the new herbs, mycobloom, to make a consumable mulch that gives you a large finesse bonus to the next herb that you gather. Somebody remind me what the fucking hell finesse does. I never could remember the gathering stats. Finesse was quality or quantity? Quantity, okay. So is that in essence designed to be... Okay, well they've clearly addressing the fact that Hockenbloom was just like put it in the bin after a while. So this is going to be their way for them to make you to still pick up the regular herb, the common basic herb. You pick up the basic shit, and if it's worth pennies again, as it happened to Hockenbloom, if it ends up being worth pennies, you mulch it down and get yourself a big finesse bonus. So then the next time you pick up potentially something rare, you get more of it. Smart. Allows for some consistent use of the basic shit to help you make more good stuff, I suppose. Green Thumb, also learned from the mulching tree, is an activatable cooldown. Activatable, I can't do words today, is an activatable cooldown that doubles the amount of herbs you receive from the next herb you gather. So stack the two. Green Thumb is learned from the mulching tree. Active cooldown that doubles the amount of herbs. Stack it with the mycobloom consumable mulch. Can you double a double? Double the double? What's the Chris Wilson? And then we doubled it. And then we doubled it. My issue with this is for the next herb. Then what? I need to repeat this 1,000 times? Maybe. It does specifically say next herb you gather, by the way. It definitely does say next herb that you gather. So yeah. Double it or pass it on. Yeah. Okay. Subtle changes to herbalism. Jewel crafting. I'm interested. This is my main. Fuck, I really should be in the alpha, shouldn't I? The fact that I'm not is actually ridiculous. All this is popping off. I'm kind of kicking myself. What doesn't help is the fact I'm super busy over the weekend, so I wouldn't have time to do anything anyway, but fuck it, I really need to get this fixed for next week. Jewel crafters will feel right at home with the updates in the War Within. A familiar lineup of recipes awaits your discovery, but a variety of new cantrips. What the fuck is a cantrip? Speak in English. What the hell is a cantrip? And an updated set of gems. We felt that jewel crafting's structure, particularly its vast array of gem choices, fit well under the new profession system, and wanted to bring that with us into the new expansion. Item quality has been removed from the raw gems, and there is only one tier instead of two. Enjoy the reclaimed inventory space. So there's no Ceravite and Draconium. Well, there wasn't two, there was three. What about Casgarite? Did they just forget the third one? Enjoy the reclaimed inventory space. The same lineup of gem options and their associated stats have been carried forward. Stamina, haste, mastery, crit, verse, weighted hybrid combinations of all of the above. Cool. Noun, Scottish, mischievous or playful, a trick. Okay. You're listing ores, not gems. Oh, hang on. Did I misread that? Item quality has been removed from raw gems. Okay. Well, there's still three. There's still diamonds. There's still diamonds. Diamonds are a thing. There's still 3. Ordinary hybrid gem cuts are now entirely sourced through specializations rather than distributed across various parts of the game, in any order you choose. Knowing your customers and the gaps in the market is critical for maximizing your profits. But eventually all invested jewel crafters will be able to acquire all of the gems as usual. Ordinary hybrid gem cuts are now entirely sourced through the spec trees. Okay. That's an indication to how we acquire all the recipes. I wonder if they're going to apply this same theory to some of the other professions. Am I going to be that guy that kind of liked the fact that there was some of them locked behind renowned paths? I kind of liked the fact that some of them were locked behind renowned paths. It meant that you could get your hands on a few cuts, irrespective of where you spent your knowledge points initially. You could spec into jewelry. You could spec into crafting necks and rings while still get a couple of while still getting a couple of like cuts from your renown, for example. Thought you always wanted multiple paths. I mean, I kind of do. I mean, I would much prefer it to be an either or situation. But if you're going to spend a point on a spec, you kind of, okay. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. It might mean that if you want to go, it more so emphasizes if you're going to cut gems, you got to go full on gem cut, right? Literally always haste early on. Yeah, well, yeah. If you know the game, you know that haste is always the thing that people are missing at the beginning. Haste better than crit, better than the rest of them. That's pretty much always the case. Starting to sound like another cooking expansion for me. It's interesting how there is definitely some people that are not liking the sound of this. I mean, we did kind of know that they weren't going to rock the boat too much. Okay, leatherworking then. Your profession is available to be trained, blah, 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 blah. The general structure of leatherworking remains the same as in Dragonflight. Craft a variety of armor pieces for both leather and mail wearers. Leatherworkers will find that they have a new market in reagents with the ability to craft weapon grip wraps and armor bandings that is used in the high-level crafts of other professions. Sure. We've also removed the specialization that granted general skill across the board. So it should be clearer what specializations you need to focus on if you want to get max quality with a specific recipe. Okay. So they've dumbed down the spec trees to make them easier to understand, which is good. I mean, the better choice would have been to just make the language used in the tooltips better, so that there wasn't that misunderstanding of what helped what. In my opinion, part of the skill gap with the profession trees was understanding that, okay, this node gives me points for anything I craft. This node is only giving me points for crafting that one thing. Well, maybe I should get the generic stuff first. But a lot of it was just in the wording. If they had... Okay, well, they've chosen to just dumb it down. Cool. We'll go with that. The majority of the recipes have been implemented, but a couple of the embellished pieces aren't implemented yet. Please look for them to be fully functional in the near future. None of the effects have been tuned yet. Values related to stats, bonuses, damage will change. The majority of the specs are implemented as well, except for a couple of sub-specs within the Learned Leatherworkers tree. Some of the specs include Learned Leatherworker, master your leatherworking fundamentals to increase your reagent efficiency, ability to concentrate, general stitch work, and production process. Ability to concentrate. So it does look like we're going to stack into adjusting our concentration. It does look like this is going to be something that we get to play with, and people might have different setups for their concentration. There's already a couple of instances where we're going to be playing and tweaking with this concentration a bit, rather than it just being a flat, generic, same for everybody kind of system. This spec tree is all about increasing your secondary crafting stats and increasing the efficiency of their effects. Okay. Flawless forts. Master the technique of Kazongar to craft speciality items beyond that of standard armor. Spec tree focuses on improving your crafting capabilities for embellished armor pieces for the reagents, the armor kits, and the profession gear. Yeah, I don't see why the need to dumb down the spec trees was necessary if you just make the goddamn tooltips in English. Like, make the tooltip say what it does. Don't do this kind of arty-farty, questy, ye olde English, like, kind of thematic way. A tooltip is meant to be a piece of information. That information needs to be translated clearly and decisively. Keep your fluffy quest text for, like, other areas. Sure. Okay. Well, that's mostly the things I suspect I will mostly care about, trying to poke about and find some more information for. It's interesting to see just how much of the profession stuff they kind of have done already. It makes me think, right? It very much makes me think that they have definitely heard us loud and clear that there are some gaping holes within the new Dragonflight profession overhaul. And they have probably been putting this in place for a long time. But because they need to make some quite sweeping changes, like implementing concentration, that they probably have figured out a lot of this stuff a long time ago, but have just been waiting for the new expansion to, like, implement it. The fact that they've already got so many of the professions, by the looks of things, sort of, you know, up and running. Week 1 of Alpha is good. The fact that they're able to turn around and say that, like, you know, alchemy, for example, is in a near complete state. Week 1 of Alpha, yeah, we've done this already. This, like, tick box is practically done here. Is good to know. It means that we should have loads of time to get feedback in and for iterations and changes to occur. Because in Dragonflight, it was... Well, to be fair, in Dragonflight, the profession stuff was in relatively early. But we always had this constant question about how the work order system was going to integrate to it all. That we didn't have a fully functioning, testable work order system until really late in the beta. And by that point, as soon as we got all of the pieces of the puzzle, it was too late for us to turn around and say, well, actually, this ain't going to fucking work, is it? Like, it was too late. Hopefully, we'll be able to sort of put forward some better feedback this time. From Wowhead's data mining, it looks like node gathering stuff looks pretty complete as well. Well, the fact that they put herbalism in week 1 is also very interesting to me, because that also gives me a strong indication that a lot of the zones are not far off complete as well. Did we even get to properly test herbalism and mining in the alpha at all for Dragonflight? I'm not even sure we did. Even if we did, it wasn't particularly well implemented. Do you think WoW will ever be normal game to play instead of this bullshit? My friend, you comment on my live streams nearly every day. I appreciate your viewership, but you are so incredibly negative. So incredibly negative. Alright, well, generally, I'm intrigued. I will take it upon myself now to do my best to fix it so I can get some alpha access in some way, shape or form. I cannot guarantee anything whatsoever, because like I said, it's entirely my fault that I have not woven my way into the social side of content creation more. But I'll do what I can do. I will put my thoughts, maybe not so much on this profession stuff just yet, because a lot of this I would kind of actually like to see it firsthand, because they do flipping silly things like this. That like, why are you like teasing stuff in developer notes? Just tell us what the hell's going on. Tell us what's going on. Tell us what you want us to test. Don't say go find out some shit and let us know. So unfortunately, I don't want to really draw too much conclusions on dev notes without seeing it. The concentration stuff though, and the how I feel the profession should play as a whole, it's not implemented on the alpha anyway, so it's a good time probably to share my 2 cents. I'll put that in a little video summarizing what we've gone over today. There's a chance that won't come out for a little bit because I've got some stuff to do, so we'll see if I've got time to do that before tomorrow. But we got plenty of time. I'm going to leave it there, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining today. Thank you all for your input, your feedback. It's been nice to talk. Next week we'll be back on Monday. Next week we'll probably have the ability to dive into this in a little bit more detail, I hope. I would probably suggest who and where can we send you right now? Mr. GM's obviously online. I don't know what he's doing. He's going to be doing all sorts of alpha stuff. I suspect Zan's probably doing a bunch of... Is Zanzaful doing a bunch of profession stuff? Zanzaful's having a little bit of a look at herbalism right now. Maybe we send you guys all over there and you can poke Zan and have a little bit of look, get some eyeballs on the herbalism stuff. We'll do that. Go say hi to Zan, wish him well. And have yourselves a good weekend, boys and girls. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, and I will see you on Monday. Peace.